starts hailing, I'm gonna go protect my car with my.
All right. This is a hybrid meeting. The city council members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Spanish translation services are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 *.
Se ofrecen servicios de interpretación en español para esta reunión del Consejo Municipal por teléfono. Marque el número 720-386-9023 y utilice el código 104091 #.
Thank you. All votes on tonight's agenda will be conducted as a roll call vote. As a reminder, Bob's Rule of Orders, a member's right to the floor is limited to 5 minutes at any time. A member may obtain the floor only once until all members are offered opportunity to obtain the floor. I call the regular meeting to order and ask the clerk to roll call vote, please.
Mayor Douglas,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble,
Present.
Councilmember Madera, Councilmember Teeter,
Present.
Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Kim,
Here.
Councilmember Dukes, Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Councilmember Douglas.
Present.
Mayor Douglas, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to excuse members not present.
So moved.
Councilmember Ford? Okay, I have a first and a second. The motion on the floor is to excuse members not present. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 7-1 and 1 excuse absence. All right. Please join me in a moment of silence followed by a pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, do any council members wish to amend the agenda? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, thank you. You want me to explain my changes?
Sure.
Alrighty. There are 3 different changes I'm making. One is to move cases AN-268-24 and Z-973-21-24 to October 21, 2024. The second is to move case Z24-0001 to October 7th, 2024. And the third is to change the order of the executive session items so that the city's Buffalo Run Clubhouse item comes before the city manager performance discussion.
Okay. So I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended to continue the case AN-268-24 and Z-97321-24 to October 21st, and case Z-24-0001 to October 7th, and then make the change for executive session to have the Buffalo Run Golf Course discussion before the city manager's evaluation. Motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as amended. We'll ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Mayor, I believe you need a mover and a seconder first.
Oh, sorry. All right,
Unless Mayor Pro Tem, you were making
I'm
the
the
motion.
motion.
Okay, thank you, and then you'll need a second.
I guess I'm the second. Sorry, apologize.
No worries, sir. Your vote is open.
No, there's no discussion. Lee, is there discussion on it? Because it didn't say.
There's always an opportunity for discussion on a motion.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Dukes?
No, sorry, I was gonna make a motion on the agenda before.
Okay, thanks, sir. Councilmember Teeter?
I was going to make a motion also.
Councilmember Kim?
I have a question with regards to the city manager, us moving those 3 cases under public hearing to in October. What is the impact?
Thank you, Councilmember Kim. If I may just ask, when you say impact, are you looking at what it may look like on future agendas?
Whether it's on future agendas, or is there a time that, sorry, I'm having a brain fart here. Is there like a time limit, or potentially like a, where it goes through planning commission and it's got to be up to us at some point, and then for the developer, whoever the case may be, to continue on? I guess I'm just trying to understand that.
Yes, sir. I will try to say this and as best as I can, and obviously the city attorney will pick me up where I fall down. But once we receive the refined and/or approved meeting minutes from the planning commission based on the actions that they took, is where we have captured in the past the findings for either approval, deny, or no action. Once those are turned over to the city clerk's office, it is from that period of time in which it starts a 30-day clock. Per our charter, it is required, and these are for zoning actions, are required to come before you. So in that aspect, obviously, we're reviewing those cases as they come before you, or are about to come before you, and whether or not those have been received by the clerk, and scheduling out accordingly. Could it cause for some compaction as it relates to potential hearings in the near future? Possibly, but once again, it's all determined by what we're having going through the planning commission cycle as well, and balancing that against what is also on the agenda tonight on how we look at scheduling the public hearings as well within a 3-hour window.
Okay, and then I guess my question then for the mayor pro tem is, what is the reason why we are requesting to have those moved?
Have what moved?
You're requesting to move the 3 public hearing items from tonight to October. I was just wanting to know what's the rationale behind that?
The rationale is that staff is requesting that the council move the cases to October.
Okay.
That is correct. So as staff was preparing the agenda and looking at items that have been received by Planning Commission, as I was just discussing, we had those applications that had not met that qualification to be brought forward within that 30-day time window. So as such, in making sure that we comport with the 4-hour time limit that we have today, we had to make certain shifts of those applications off of the agenda.
Okay.
The other applications in hand have received their refined and/or approved recommendations, or excuse me, findings for a recommendation to the city council.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. All right, the motion on the floor is to adopt the agenda as amended. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Thank you. Excuse me, I hit the wrong button. I'm sorry, council.
Okay, that passes 8 unanimous, well, 8 with 1 excused absence. Okay, on to public hearings. All public comments except for those on public hearings will occur now. If you're intended to make a comment about a public hearing on tonight's agenda, please refrain from doing so until the public comments for that particular item is heard. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Persons registered to speak for multiple times may speak multiple times as well. Council members may address public comments during administrative business. Will the city clerk call on the first, any virtuals or in-person speakers?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We'll start with our virtual speakers that had signed up this evening. Give me just one moment. Mayor, the first person we have signed up to speak virtually is Jonathan Montgomery. Jonathan, if you're on Zoom and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Jonathan Montgomery. Mayor Douglas, I'm not seeing Jonathan in the Zoom meeting. We'll move on to our next speaker, which is Brooke Anderson. Brooke, if you're in the Zoom meeting and can hit *9 on your phone or use the raise hand function in Zoom, Brooke Anderson. Mayor Douglas, I'm not seeing Brooke in the Zoom meeting, so we will move on to our in-person speakers. Our first in-person speaker tonight is going to be Jackie Valdez.
Good evening, council, city management.
Maybe.
Couple things to address tonight. I'm not going to make this a long-standing conversation because I think we all know what I'm up here for. So I don't think we need to even question anything. I'm tired. I'm really, really tired. I'm beyond tired. I am so fed up with the mess that we have on Colorado Boulevard and 68. It's unbelievable. When we can get the police out there, we're running them ragged. But the majority of the time, they're so short-staffed, we can't get them out there. Now, I've had the understanding, so I'm going to clarify this real quick, okay? I don't need to lie. I don't need to make something out like it's something that it's not. So let me clarify. When I say there's semis and large trucks coming through of all hours of the night and during the day and on the weekends, that's exactly what I mean. I've got my phone to prove it. I've got the cameras. So if anybody wants to see it, by all means, I can leave my phone with you for an hour and you can go through it. I mean, we have dealt with so much recently, it's been unreal. Again this morning, large semi coming through, hauling big blocks for drainage, coming through. Literally stops in the middle of the road, blocks the traffic, and then after I approached him and said, "You're not even supposed to be on here," his comment was, "Well, I was told to be here. This is where I'm supposed to be at. This is the job site." Really? So he gets a hold of his dispatch, comes to find out he's supposed to be over there off of 70th. I said, "Do you know how to get there?" He said, "No, ma'am." And I said, "You were supposed to go to Brighton Boulevard to 64th, to Colorado to 64th and down. What are you doing on a school zone residential road?" "Well, this is where I was told to come." Of course, you couldn't get the police department out there fast enough. So this trucker decides to back himself all the way up and then gets into the oncoming lane on 68th from Colorado. And there's 2 cars coming up thinking, "Oh, well, he's going to turn left." He goes and turns right, almost crushes the little red car. The little red car backs up really fast, almost hits the Jeep behind him. You know, I mean, it's a mess. It is a large mess that the city has created and cannot handle to fix. And really, in reality, I'm beginning to wonder if the city really wants to fix it. I mean, I'm fed up. I'm tired, guys. You know, I mean, of all hours of the night, these trucks are coming through. 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, clear at 11, 12 o'clock at night. You know, when they hit those bumps, they don't slow down. They just keep on going.
Ms. Valdez, I understand you have some evidence to show what the traffic is. Could City Manager, could you get with Ms. Valdez and see if you can download her information through IT or something like that so we can?
If she has communication, we'll take that from her, Mayor.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah, otherwise I'm just gonna leave my phone with you and you can go through it yourself.
Okay.
Because this is beginning to be ridiculous now. I mean, with no help whatsoever, you know, and now I'm being told it's gonna be November before the project's even completed.
Right.
You know, I mean, this is just crazy. You know, I'm tired. I am really and actually tired. I'm tired of hearing those trucks coming through and hitting the speed bumps and all you hear is boom,
I appreciate,
boom of all
Ms.
hours of the
Valdez,
night.
your 3 minutes is up. I appreciate you coming in. You have a very valid reason to be here. And again, I will more than happy to work with you to see what's going on and actually get the information off the phone, okay?
Okay, I do want to know though, did we actually have you guys, the city, coming out and actually sitting there and actually seeing what was going on? Because I know one of the council members did, but have we had anybody else coming out like we were supposed to when on the last council meeting?
City Manager Rogers?
So you all, council, may remember that the direction was to evaluate being able to put up a poll camera to validate the concerns that Ms. Valdez and others, I believe Mr. Rogers has communicated to you on multiple occasions. We are still working through getting those poll cameras up. I'll be honest with you, our poll camera system is operated through the Metro North Task Force, which handles drug and vice cases within Commerce City and others. All of our cameras are spun up on other investigations, so we are attempting to find alternative means to be able to meet the direction that you all gave at the last regular meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Valdez. Appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next in-person speaker for public comment is going to be Megan Baca.
Thank you, Megan.
Good
I was
evening.
going to ask you to come before when the sponsor, but you know what? Go right ahead.
Do you want me to sit down?
Yes, and I would like Christine Gualia to come up as well, too, please.
Oh, gosh, okay. Good evening. My name is Megan Baca. I am with the Grace Baca Foundation. I'm asking for a sponsorship. And my speech was 7 minutes, so I'm going to kind of condense it. I was involved in a motor vehicle accident on October 8th of 2022 off of 120th and Buckley, 5 minutes from my home. I was rear-ended by a F-350. My daughter and I were transported to Platte Valley Medical. She was then taken to Denver Health, Flight for Life, where she suffered a traumatic brain injury and went through brain surgery and other surgeries that were pretty extensive. Grace was there for 5 weeks fighting for her life, and she passed away on November 11th. At week 5, we were told that Grace was brain dead and that she was not able to sustain or overcome her injuries. It was early on in my grief journey where I started a foundation because I knew I would never forget my daughter. But I didn't want the world to forget her because at 10 years old, Grace was charismatic, she was funny, she was loving, she was kind, and those who knew Grace are lucky. And so our foundation goes for 2 things. We sponsor dancers. Grace was a dancer. She had been dancing from the age of 2 until she had passed. She danced competitively starting at the age of 7. So we award dance scholarships to dancers in order to carry on her legacy. We also give back to traumatic brain injury patients because we know as parents, had Grace been able to sustain her injuries, she would have needed long-term care. And we found that people who suffer from a traumatic brain injury, they go through chronic headaches, sleep apnea, depression, anxiety. So we fund resources to families and patients as well as dance scholarships. And with your vote today, I am hoping that you will be willing to sponsor our foundation for our 5K that will be held on September 21st at Reunion Park in Commerce City. Thank you for your time.
Any council members have any questions? Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I hope I can get this out. We almost lost our son to a near fatal motorcycle accident, and he was in a T10 at St. Anthony's for months, and we got to know a lot of the families there. Some people lost their loved ones unexpectedly. Sometimes they thought they were going to go home, and the next minute they didn't have them anymore. And gone through the traumatic brain injury turmoil. It's yeah, it's really hard. I can't even imagine your pain and suffering that you've been through, and just know that our hearts are with you, and thank you for keeping your daughter's legacy intact. So thank you
you
for coming forward.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you so much for sharing the story of Grace. I'm so sorry for your loss. It's tremendous. Do you have sponsorship materials that you could leave with city staff so that we could consider them?
I believe I spoke with Annette, and I sent over all of the information to her.
All right, great.
It's in your packet, ma'am. The sponsorship materials are in your packet this evening.
You mean for the meeting this evening or
For this evening, yes.
for the meeting tonight?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Then we'll take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you very much for coming in, and I was going to ask you to come up when Councilmember Duke was going to introduce, but I do appreciate you signing up and telling your story, because traumatic brain injury, that is something that you cannot take for granted. If you have a head injury, you need to see someone. We know because our son was involved in an accident, and it takes 2 years for your brain to actually get to a level where you're going to be 100% of what that is. You could lose a lot, but you will be going forward with just that after 2 years. And being diagnosed, that is very painful, and I do appreciate you sharing your story, because when I read that broke my heart, because I do exactly know what you mean. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for allowing me to come up here today.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next in-person speaker is going to be Jonna Roybal. Okay. It looks like the next in-person speaker will be Burke Scott Bew.
Hi. 2 weeks ago, I reported to you that I had made 4 requests to council staff with no reply, asking why I did not qualify to serve on the Housing Authority Board. This past week, I sent a 5th email and did receive the following response from Mr. Gibson. As I stated at the City Council meeting the other night, it's our standard practice to not respond to requests about the decisions made on qualifications. However, we do have vacancies on other boards and commissions if you'd like to look at the qualifications for those. Yeah, right. I did look again at the qualifications for the Housing Authority Board. Here is one of the questions. Do you own or have an interest in any property or business that receives funds or participates in a program administered by the Commerce City Housing Authority or any HUD, Housing and Urban Development backed program? I live at Contour as a rent-paying tenant. I don't own it or have a financial interest in it. It is now owned by the builder that Commerce City worked with to develop it. So I don't consider that to be a conflict. I think that that's the reason that I was denied, why I was specifically told that I don't qualify to serve on that board. What about people who are on Section 8? I'm not on Section 8, but a lot of people at Contour, a lot of people in Commerce City have Section 8 vouchers, which are HUD-backed programs. Are all of these people not qualified to serve on the Housing Authority? The question I still have is why, and what I've been told is I'm not allowed to be given an answer. It's some convoluted behind-the-scenes secretive thing. What you need to do is make the qualifications more specific. When somebody goes to the Housing Authority, the boards and commissions application, looks at Housing Authority, say, are you on Section 8? If the answer is yes, you don't qualify. Do you live in one of Commerce City's housing development projects? If the answer is yes, you don't qualify. You need to specify in detail what the qualifications are rather than put somebody through what I've been through, which is being told that I don't qualify. When I ask why, it's, oh, we can't tell you that. It's off limits. It's a mystery. It's a behind-the-scenes puzzle. Be specific. Be clear. I've noticed that there are a lot of boards and commissions that have vacancies, and given what I've experienced, I can see why. Thank you.
Hold on.
Pardon me?
Mayor Pro Tem has a question for you.
I have a question for our city manager, actually. Could someone on staff please clarify for our speaker who reviewed the qualifications? I don't believe it was the members of the boards and commissions committee.
That would be accurate, ma'am. That would be the Housing Authority staff. And I can't speak to their internal review process with those who helped to make that determination, but we would be reliant upon that authority's council as well as staff to provide us with who and how they can move forward.
And the Housing Authority has an unusual relationship with the city of Commerce City, just as other housing authorities do, in terms of their autonomy and independence.
Correct, ma'am.
To a degree.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So all I wanted to explain is that it was a decision of the Housing Authority, and the questions are the questions of the Housing Authority.
Right.
Which is different than
I would not.
other boards and commissions.
I would not, as a council member, want the rejection notice to come in my name. I would want it to come from the Housing Authority.
I would have felt that way personally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a few questions?
Oh, Councilmember Chacon. Sorry.
Who signed off? Who were the council members that signed off?
You get a little closer to the mic, please.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Who were the council members that signed off on whom that he wasn't qualified?
Thank you, Councilmember Chacon. So all of our email templates that we use in our boards and commissions software are signed off by the current board and commission council members that serve. As historically, those council members had wanted their names at the bottom of those letters notifying of appointment and nomination. So the applicants were communicated with seemingly by the committee itself and not by staff, since you all are the ones that ultimately make those interviews and those nominations. We're happy to change that signature to where it comes from, it looks like it's coming from city staff, but those are ultimately automated emails based on the actions that we take on each application within the system. Does that answer your question?
So it was us, or were we signed off for by city staff?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you, Councilmember Chacon.
So it's us, so it's signed for all of the council members here? City staff sign up for all of us?
So the automated emails that come from the system whenever we action an application, so if we move somebody from submitted to qualified to on agenda to appointed, those emails are generated and sent automatically to the applicant to help us expedite our process communicating with those applicants. Those email templates at the bottom have a signature, thank you for your interest, or something to that effect from council members. I think it's Douglas, Dukes, and yourself on the Boards and Commissions Subcommittee. And then we update that every 2 years whenever you all have your organization meeting and you make those appointments to those council subcommittees. So whoever's on in 2025 during the organizational meeting, that email signature would be updated to reflect those council members on that committee as that communication piece. And again, those are automated emails, and we're happy to update that signature to where it looks like it's coming from staff instead of from the subcommittee members. It's whatever council would prefer. But historically, in the past, council had preferred that those email communications, and we used to actually send the physical letters back whenever I first started here rather than through email. They wanted their names at the bottom of it so it looked like those communications were coming from the subcommittee itself and not from staff. But we're happy to go either way, whatever council would decide. That's just been a historical practice to put those council members at the bottom.
And if I may, Councilmember Chacon, right, that speaks to the template as it relates to signature and who it's from. But I think contextually, when that email is received, and Dylan can correct me if I'm wrong, we're not specifying within that on why that person has or has not been moved forward. Is a simple acknowledgement of the receipt of the application, their time, but also being made aware that they are or are not moving forward in the process. It does not prevent them from reaching out to us to have or to get more information. It's more of a, it's like I said, it's more of a generic letter stating, yes, you've been appointed, no, you've been not, and providing with additional clarification. But Dylan, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mine
Yeah, that's
specifically
correct.
said, you do not qualify. My email that came from Councilmember Chacon, Councilmember Douglas, and Councilmember Duke said, you do not qualify.
That's concerning to me. I think city staff should be signing on behalf of that. And when it is a disqualification, to at least give us a notification if they're going to sign on our behalf. That really, I think we should call that as a council. One, because especially for the housing authority, we didn't have
Point of
any-
order, Mayor. With public comment, we're not making actions or decisions. There's later things on our opportunities to actually discuss this later on our agenda. So I just want to put out as a point of order for public comment.
Yeah, if she's not taking,
Go ahead.
go ahead, Renee.
Sorry, I just think that we should address it. Yes, we can please address it later, but it's really concerning to have city staff sign on behalf of, and it specifically says that they don't qualify and we didn't determine that.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Bew, for coming back to every council meeting and bringing this forward again, because I am concerned as well. And I want to get to the bottom of this. I really don't like the fact that my name was, I wasn't aware of any of this, and you were rejected for something that you should have been able to interview for, in my opinion. So thank you for coming back until it gets resolved. So there has to be some kind of resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our final in-person speaker under public comment tonight is going to be Renee Bullock.
I don't wish to speak. It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. That concludes our public comment in-person speakers.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the public were able to submit written comments online by mail. Written comments were received by the deadline and incorporated. If follow-up is necessary, you should be contacted by a staff member. Okay, up next is proclamations declaring September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. I will invite Daniel Gonzalez, Talent Acquisition Supervisor, forward to read the proclamation.
Good evening. Whereas Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month each year by celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America, and whereas the observation started in 1968 and was expanded to in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th, and whereas Hispanics have had a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service. They have enhanced and shaped our national character with century-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. And whereas these positive contributions are evident within the Commerce City community, where thriving businesses, cultural arts, and neighborhoods exist, creating a meaningful social fabric of which all residents can engage and learn. Now, therefore, it is hereby proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, declares September 15th through October 15th, 2024 as National Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the importance of the Hispanic community within Commerce City.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Appreciate that. I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation. I will ask this clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, up next is recognizing the Cultural Council and the city staff for Music in the Park 2024 season. I will invite Rana Sanchez to come up to read the proclamation.
Thank you. Whereas the Music in the Park series has become a cherished tradition in Commerce City, offering residents and visitors an opportunity to enjoy live music in a beautiful community-focused setting, and whereas the Cultural Council and staff have demonstrated exceptional dedication, creativity, and organizational skill in planning and executing the 2024 Music in the Park season, and whereas their efforts have not only provided outstanding entertainment, but have also fostered community engagement, supported local artists, and enhanced the cultural vibrancy of Commerce City. And whereas the 2024 Music in the Park season has been marked by a diverse lineup of performances, drawing audiences of all ages and backgrounds and strengthening the bonds within our community. And whereas the success of this year's Music in the Park series would not have been possible without the hard work and commitment of the Cultural Council and staff, who have gone above and beyond to ensure the enjoyment and safety of all attendees. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado hereby recognizes members of the Commerce City Cultural Council and Commerce City staff for their outstanding contributions to the 2024 Music in the Park season. We express our deepest gratitude for their tireless efforts and dedication to enriching the cultural life of our city. Be it further resolved that a copy of this proclamation is hereby presented to the Cultural Council and staff as a token of our appreciation and in recognition of their exemplary service to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Appreciate that. Need a motion second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim?
So moved.
Excuse me. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I'll second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you. I just want to thank you for reading the proclamation and being a part of the Cultural Council and everyone on the Cultural Council. Music brings people together. Music, dancing, and being able to have an opportunity to celebrate and being a volunteer. Being able to pull off the number of Music in the Parks that we have across our city is no easy task, and I appreciate it, and I thank you all for the work you're doing at the Culture Council.
Thank you. I'd also like to say that from last year to this year, our attendance increased by 83%, which is really incredible. And can I have our council come up so you can see who the people are that do all the work? Is that okay, or?
Yes. When we're done with the proclamation, we're going to call everybody up.
Oh, okay.
Take a picture.
Okay, I'll wait then. I just wanted to make sure that everyone who's here got recognized, so thank you.
Appreciate that. Councilmember Kim.
Just want to say, Ms. Sanchez, and actually to the entire Cultural Council, you guys make this look seamless. You guys make this look great. It's been an awesome time being there, being able to attend when I can. So I just want to say thank you guys. Hats off to you, Cultural Council as a whole, this being a team effort to make this happen. So thanks again.
Councilmember Douglas.
Yes, I'd like to thank all my comrades on the Commerce City Cultural Council. Yeah, y'all make it happen. You're such hardworking volunteers. I have been on the Cultural Council several times during my residency here in Commerce City, and actually interviewing and being a part of the Cultural Council was really my first step into becoming a leader in Commerce City. So all of you have such great potential for just bringing a lot to this city. So I just want to thank you. And Ms. Sanchez, can you tell me how many people were in attendance for the last Music in the Park at Pioneer Park?
We had 2,700, and we had like 1,400 the year before. And
Wow.
there's a lot of room for growth. I think we should be having a lot more, and we'll continue to work at that.
That's amazing. So not only do you do the Music in the Park, but there are other events throughout the year that we'd love to have the public engage in, such as our art shows that are at the rec centers and you know, there's
one
room
last
for more on the Cultural Councils.
If I can make one last comment, we worked with the Parks and Rec Department, and they were great to work with. They always asked, is there more we can do? What can we do to help? So I want to give kudos to them as well.
Yeah, without them, we couldn't do all of it because it takes a great deal of hard work to set it up, and it's an all-day endeavor. So yeah, kudos to those people who help out every year. Even though you are paid staff, you're still going above and beyond. So we really appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanchez, for all you do. I also wanted to draw attention to the fact that the Cultural Council raises a lot of its own money through grants and so on. It's actually an independent 501c3 in Commerce City, one of two in Commerce City. So if you could talk about that a little bit, that would be helpful too.
So yeah, we are a 501c3 separate. It's kind of a complicated relationship. And then we write grants, and that's how we fund the technical side, like the stage, sound and lights, and also pay the bands. So yeah, we raise the money to do that.
That's very critical, and it's very much appreciated, and I know that you actually write those grants and track them afterwards, not to mention helping lead acquiring the groups who play during the summer as well. So it's really a wonderful effort by all the volunteers on the Cultural Council, and making everyone in Commerce City so happy to participate in them every month. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
you.
And I'm glad that you're getting this proclamation.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. I appreciate you reading the proclamation. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez? I appreciate you reading the proclamation. and I do appreciate your efforts, because especially we had the 2 shindigs we threw in there. There were a lot of people out. People were excited. Great list of talent that was also presented at the Music in the Park. So I want to thank you for doing that as well.
Thank you.
All right. Motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. Okay, all right, on to declaring Chicano Heat as Commerce City's hometown band. I will invite Jackie Riggs Gonzalez forward to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, and City Management. Whereas Commerce City has a long been vibrant community rich in culture, diversity, and deep sense of unity, and whereas Chicano Heat, a band deeply rooted in the heart of Commerce City, has exemplified these values through their music, bringing joy, pride, and a sense of belonging to our community. And whereas Chicano Heat has entertained and inspired audiences with their unique blend of traditional and contemporary sounds, celebrating our rich Chicano heritage and contributing to the cultural tapestry of our city. And whereas the members of Chicano Heat have shown dedication not only in their craft, but also the betterment of our community, often performing at local events, festivals, and fundraisers, thereby enhancing the cultural vitality of Commerce City. And whereas Chicano Heat has garnered recognition and admiration beyond our city limits, representing Commerce City with excellence and bringing positive attention to the community through their musical achievements. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Commerce City, Colorado, do hereby proclaim Chicano Heat as the official hometown band of Commerce City. We commend their contributions to our cultural heritage and celebrate their role in fostering community spirit and pride.
Thank you. I appreciate you reading that, Jackie Riggs Gonzalez. Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve the proclamation. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. And Jackie, you serve as the vice president of the Cultural Council?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? And you are the one that makes sure that Chicano Heat is a part of Music in the Park every year. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So thank you for making sure that that happens. Pioneer Park was packed this year. I couldn't believe the turnout, and I really believe it was because Chicano Heat was playing. Do you have members of Chicano Heat here tonight?
Yes. Larry.
Righty. Oh, thank you for being here. Thank you so much for all the joy that you brought Commerce City for Music in the Park this year and every year.
Okay, any other discussion? Yes, I want to also say to our hometown band, Chicano Heat, I appreciate what value you bring to our city. Our city has rich Hispanic and Latino roots, and it just shows. So I really appreciate you guys coming out every year and putting on a fantastic show. All right, any more discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to approve the proclamation. I will ask the clerk to take the roll call vote.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
All right, it's 8 yeses and 1 excused absence, okay. I now want to invite all the Council forward to take a photo with those we presented proclamations with tonight. Okay. All right, on to notice of council business. First up is Grace Baca 5K sponsorship. I'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have the extreme honor to introduce this item. You heard Ms. Baca's story, and if you want to come back up, you can. I think if folks have other questions, I'd love for you to share. As a city, we have values, one of them in which is unity, city unity and wellness. And under that values, promote the opportunity, support the residents' health and wellness. And when I heard about the foundation and your story, not only was I moved, it just shows, and I'm just impressed with the power and grace to create something that's so beautiful out of such a tragedy that took place in our city. And I wanted to make sure we provided the scholarship dollars for the sponsorship for this, and as well as continue to provide recognitions. I know April 2nd is the Pink Day at Reunion Elementary, and not just for the one-time event, but it's residents like yourself that really highlight and show the power of Commerce City, and being able to take something, again, that's so tragic and turn something that's helping so many people across this city and hopefully, beyond in the near future. So if there was anything you want to share that you didn't get the chance to share earlier, feel free to. And when you're done, I'll push for the motion for our city to sponsor this and make this official.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry I came up early. I was very excited
No,
and
you're
eager
okay.
to share, about our foundation and about Grace because she is worth it, every second of it. And I know most of you can't see this picture, but her smile says it all. She was the most incredible 10-year-old, and it was my greatest pleasure to be her mother. And it was a life taken far too soon. And she was very young, but she had the biggest personality. And being able to honor her through dance and through traumatic brain injuries is very important to me, my husband, my friends, and my family that are here today to support. So I do appreciate you guys even considering a sponsorship and allowing me to get my name out there in her foundation, even if the vote was no. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, Mayor, or City Council members, I'd like to make a motion to provide $2,000 in sponsorship for the 5K that's coming up in September for the Grace Baca 5K sponsorship.
Okay. Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Kim?
So I just want people to know, so you can go to Eventbrite. Actually, you could just probably Google just Grace Baca 5K. You could find it there. As a matter of fact, I'm signing up as we speak for the 5K. I'm a triathlete myself. I do a lot of running, so it is on September 21st, I believe, at 8 a.m. at Reunion Park. I don't think I would challenge city staff to actually sign up as well. More specifically, Mr. Rogers, because I know he can't beat me in that 5K. But I will also say that it is such a it is a tragic story, but it comes out with positivity on the outside, on the flip side of it. So thank you for coming here. I appreciate Councilmember Dukes reaching out to me to be the second person to make this motion. And yeah, I will be there for sure.
Thank you.
Any other discussions? Councilmember Douglas?
Is there any way to participate and not run?
Yes. Yes, you could walk, you could skip.
All right. I think my skipping days are over as well.
You can come, and we're going to have there's going to be a speaker. She had a traumatic brain injuries. There's going to be a speaker. We're going to have music. There will be a big event for kids, a jumpy castle, a dunk tank, and so food trucks. It will be kid and family friendly. So I'm very excited. So please just show up and
That's
come
awesome.
and hang out.
That's awesome. I also wanted to mention that after our son spent months at St. Anthony's Central, he then went to Craig Hospital, and we were there for months. He had to learn how to walk, talk, use his hand again, which should be atrophied, but he worked so hard on it to make sure that he has full use of that hand. He almost lost that arm and a leg. So, yeah, this is really, really, really important to support because it can happen to anyone in an instant, as you know. So thank you for letting me know that I can still participate and I don't have to run, but
Yes.
I will walk with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Just Ms. Baca, again, thank you for your strength, and hopefully this is not the last time we see you up here, but we'll make sure Grace is remembered, so I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and I want to thank you again, and Christine, for contacting me and coming in and sharing your story. I really appreciate that.
Thank
And,
you.
I'm gonna see if I can maybe hobbling on that day, but thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to provide, for this council, to provide $2,000 to Grace Baca's 5K sponsorship. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Thank you very much. All right, up next is Harvest Moon Appreciation Dinner. I'll invite Councilmember Teeter to introduce this item.
I'd like to make a motion to sponsor the Harvest Moon Appreciation Dinner at the Bison level.
Okay. All right, a motion has been made. Is there a second? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Yes, I'll second. And this is for the Rocky Mountain National Refuge, Wildlife Refuge, and for the volunteer organization that operates so many of the programs there.
Thank you. All right, any more discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to support Harvest Moon Appreciation Dinner over at Rocky Mountain Wildlife for the amount of $2,500 for the Shell sponsorship. Okay, we'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Up next is Safe Streets Initiative. I'll invite Councilmember Dukes to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a request for our city staff to look in the total cost for creating an initiative. As we know across our city that we've talked about speeding and we hear about speeding and we hear about the number of accidents. And it's time for us to start creating programs and efforts to address it in a way that's systemic, consistent, and reliable so that we can prevent future accidents in our city. When I look at this effort, I call it Safe Streets Initiative. This is something that is not uncommon across our other cities. To the west of us, North Glen has one Safe Street Initiative that aligns with our traffic calming initiatives. We look at other places like Sacramento or San Jose and Austin, Texas, Portland, Oregon. There's a lot of other cities that do these type of initiatives. And the hope for this is that it's 3-tiered. It's education, it's enforcement, and then working with our city engineers in a way that we can address some of the speedings with our residential 2-lane streets. This is very similar to like a block captain. If you've ever been on the East Coast, you have a block captain, a volunteer, and they bring together other folks to talk through the education piece of it. And this is an opportunity for our city to provide dollars for the block captain to have a group of volunteers educate their neighbors, educate the community, and then ultimately leads to more enforcement if necessary and then improving the streets. But again, this is a consistent way. But the motion here is to ask the city staff to create the financial requirements to establish this. As we think about our budget, we'd love to know if this is something that we can include in our upcoming budget. And the program is to address this vehicle speeding in our residential neighborhoods through a combination of education, enforcement, and community outreach. So I request that the cost analysis and implementation plan be presented at the September 9th budget meeting for council to review and for discussion for our upcoming budget. So that is my motion.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Councilmember Teeter.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, any discussion? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for, I guess, to share some for consideration for council, I do believe we'll be able to do some high-level estimation about what that would be as far as a cost. Whether or not we will have a fully outlined implementation plan within the span of 3 weeks, I think may be a little bit too maybe a little bit too leaning for our staff at this stage with everything involved. But I think we can at least get some general information as it relates to what that would look like here at the city, what that would cost. And then if that does move forward, could work towards an implementation plan so that once funded, if funded in 2025, we can then take action on it.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Mr. Rogers, how does this dovetail with the Vision Zero initiative that the city has undertaken? And what are we doing on Vision Zero? Will this help expand our effort?
That's a very good question, ma'am, and I haven't had an opportunity to fully dive into the topic with our staff. Obviously, we wanted to wait and see what the action is tonight from council in moving that research forward. I believe that would be a part of it. As you are aware, yes, we're working on the vision plan. One of the precepts for that is the Safe Streets Plan that we're currently working on and to bring forward to you all in an update at the end of Q3, the beginning of Q4 of this year. So there may be some dovetailing there. There may be some partnerships. There may be some gaps that's not capturing that this may well be. But I think when we do that research, some of those things would be brought back before you on September 9th for your consideration. Overlapping, parallel, or no relationship at all.
Okay, that would be very helpful, and it's certainly a concern in the ward that I represent. So I look forward to all efforts that we can undertake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you. I would like to see this approached from an internal perspective rather than hiring, again, an outside consultant to come in and tell us how we should be doing things for our own. If that takes contacting different citizen leaders who have shown an interest in coming forward and volunteering participation, I think that would be a better approach. I know consistently we have a tendency to go to an outside consultant for evaluation and information, but I would like to see this one approached more of on an internal basis. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councilmember Douglas. I will say, obviously, as part of our research, we will take that into account and make that or provide that recommendation back to you as well, whether that is a staffing solution internal to the organization, partnership with the community, or something else, depending upon, once again, the due diligence that we conduct. But I do appreciate the comment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, I just want to make a friendly amendment to my motion, just based on City Manager Rogers' feedback. So it's not the implementation plan. So I want to be clear. The motion is request a cost analysis and for the staff to present a cost analysis of this potential program by September 9th, the strike implementation plan.
Okay. Councilmember Teeter?
I'll second that amendment.
Votes already. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. All right. So the motion, I move the city staff explore the financial requirements to establish a Safe Street Initiative, a program designed to address vehicle speeding in our residential neighborhoods through a combination of education enforcement and community outreach. I request that the cost analysts and not the implementation plan, but this needs to be presented to the city council on September 9th for budget meeting for council's review and discussion. All right, take a roll call vote, please.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with one excused absence. Next up is sign code modification. I will invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. We've had instances where there is not clarity about the sign rules, and they have affected some of our community organizations when it comes to posting signs and whether those signs are in violation and then having those signs removed. So The concept behind this is for the staff to take a look at the sign ordinance and see where we can make some modifications that will be more community-friendly, if you will, if that's at all possible. We are limited, of course, because of a Supreme Court decision, which is why we had a change in our sign rules last year. But at the same time, we need to make certain that we're doing all we can to support efforts in Commerce City to be together and strengthen the fabric of our community. So my motion is to direct staff to draft sign ordinance revisions that will support community-driven needs, activities, and events.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Kim.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
I've noticed that some people in the real estate industry especially use community events as a way to advertise. Does that include
I'm not understanding.
those people?
I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you, Councilmember Douglas. I was actually getting notes from Mayor Douglas.
Oh,
and
no.
I wasn't clear on what he was saying, so I asked him to send me a text so I could understand.
Oh, that's-
I'm sorry,
that's all
do I
right.
have interrupted you? I
No.
didn't realize my mic was on.
I just wondered, because some people, especially like in the real estate industry, use community events as a means of advertising. Does that include some, like a Realtor-sponsored event to be?
I think that's what I'm hoping that staff can help us define, is that anything that involves community, that brings community together, how do we account for that? There is confusion over what the ROW is, which is actually, you know, in some cases a tree lawn. So can we make it more user-friendly, more inclusive in terms of the sign ordinance without at the same time violating any of the decision made at the Supreme Court level?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
Just any clarification on the motion. I've heard the discussion of the sign ordinance, and then I heard draft any new sign ordinances. Is there a way to provide clarification on what we're voting on?
Could you repeat that? I wasn't clear on your question.
I need clarification on what you're asking the city staff to do, because I've heard in the language it says discussion of sign ordinances, and then I heard you say as part of the motion, the draft new ordinances, and so I just need clarification on what.
My motion, as I made it, was direct staff to draft sign ordinance revisions that will support community-driven needs, activities, and events.
Is it possible to specify what changes need to be made before we vote on that, or yeah.
I think the problem is that this involves both the city manager's office and the city attorney's office.
Okay.
And it's not possible for us as lay people, due to the complexity of this case that the Supreme Court decided at the federal level that affected signage. I think I see that Mr. Zarzeki wants to step in.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Mayor Pro Tem. So there are some complex Supreme Court case precedents that we would have to look at with regards to what proposed revisions to the sign code this council would be considering. So I certainly would not recommend on the fly proposing revisions right now. I think the motion as it stands is directing us to identify potential revisions within the confines of what is allowable by the Supreme Court, which will take some time.
Thank you for the clarification. It just sounds like it's a different motion. What I heard you say is different from what the motion is on the table. So if we can have a clear motion. I love the idea, but just want to make sure that we provide direction and we get the output needed.
Yes, sir. The motion that is on the floor is a motion directing staff to draft sign ordinance revisions that will support community-driven needs, activities, and events. And the way that I would envision this taking place if council were to approve it is that it would give direction to the city manager as well as my staff to look at the sign code, understand what the current case law is, and then try to identify what, if any, potential revisions there are to improve our sign code to address and support community-driven needs, activities, and events without running afoul of the Supreme Court case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more discussion? Okay, the motion on the floor is to direct city staff to draft sign ordinance revision with support community-driven needs, activities, and events. We'll ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
There's a second.
Your vote is open.
Oh, wait, I thought there was a second.
We need a second.
Councilmember Kim was your second, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Oh, that's right. Thank you. All right. Who's on first?
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. Okay, on to next one, letter to CDPHE to oppose additional DuPont Magellan fuel tanks. So we'll invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
Thank you very much. There is a deadline for public comment, written public comment of September 16th to the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment. This is a motion to direct staff to prepare a letter to CDPHE in opposition to additional fuel tanks at the DuPont Magellan fuel site in unincorporated Adams County. It would come from the mayor on behalf of the city council for submission by September 16th. If there is a second, then I have comment.
Okay, a motion has been made. Is there a second? Councilmember Kim?
I will second that.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you. A couple of years ago, the city offered each council member a ride around Commerce City with a planning department staffer to anywhere we wanted to go. And my request was to be taken to all of the toxic sites in Commerce City that the state writes laws about. And lo and behold, we wind up at DuPont Magellan, which is directly across the street from DuPont Elementary. It is in unincorporated Adams County, but it's surrounded on all sides by Commerce City. There are many, many fuel tanks there. The company that owns Magellan wants to add more fuel tanks. We know that there are issues regarding emissions. They are allowed to emit and they are allowed to have all kinds of chemicals, such as volatile organic compounds. The additional tanks would release 16.5 tons per year of those compounds. The tanks also would release benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene, all chemicals that cause various human health problems such as breathing difficulty, eye and nose irritation, and inflammation. This is something that's always been of a particular importance to me, that Commerce City not continue to be the site of environmental injustices for Colorado. And that's exactly what this will be. So I hope that we have a vote to send a letter of opposition by the deadline of September 16th.
Jason Rush, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a not point of clarification, but a process question for the Mayor Pro Tem. Obviously, our next regular meeting is September 16th. We do not have one before then. And I do just wanted to seek some clarification as to expectation. Would the motion maker like us to bring the letter back for review by the body before it being sent out, which if that is the case, I would make a recommendation that you all call a special meeting on September 9th in order to review that. That gives enough time for any changes to be made so that we can still get it out in advance of that date.
In practice, we have emailed the letter around to council members, and if anyone had, if there were any particular changes to be made, but I have made the thrust of this letter, I think, fairly clear, and I would hope that anyone voting for it would understand that the letter will be going out by the mayor on behalf of the city council, and that my expectation would be that it would be written by the E3 director or manager.
Sounds good, ma'am. I would say if you're approving the letter tonight, that sounds perfectly fine. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I'll be voting no on this, but I'd just like to clarify that, it looks dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as it looks. When Conoco blew up in the late 70s, not one of their tanks caught on fire. I mean, that shows you how safe they are. The one tank fire I've been on at Conoco, the newer tanks are set up with subsurface injection to where in the event of a lightning strike, which that was the only fire I've been on with the tank, the way they're designed, they're not that big of a deal to put out. And I would venture to say that an electric vehicle with a battery in it is probably more dangerous parked close to the school than those tanks are.
Thank you.
That's my 42 years experience as being a firefighter.
Appreciate that. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
I would like a special session to review the language before we send it out. I think it's important to have eyes on the language before we send it out. I think advocating and making sure our youth are safe is important. And it's important for us to have some oversight of something that's representing the council, as we actually talked about earlier in terms of email correspondence. And so I would like to request this, a friendly amendment to have a special session in anticipation for the September 16th submission. So a special session to review the letter on September 9th and provide feedback for the September 16th submission.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Do we have anything on a special session meeting for September 9th?
Currently, ma'am, this would be the only item if that's how council moved forward.
Okay, I will, I think we're pretty clear on understanding about what we want to have occur. The emissions I was talking about wasn't about tanks blowing up, although that, of course, is a possibility. That doesn't mean it isn't. But it was about the emissions, which the company itself has admitted to. So if you want to take a vote on the amendment, that's fine, but I won't accept the amendment on the face of it.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Douglas.
I just wanted to echo the fact that it's not always what is seen, but what you can't see as far as the health impacts go. There's always the danger of an explosion. We live with that on a daily basis here, especially the neighborhoods that are closer to Suncor. And I believe there are health impacts that exist in that neighborhood. I know of families who have had family members with birth defects, as well as premature death and health impacts that there's no data on it. But the reality is that it does exist. And so we have to take that into consideration. Our job is to protect the people who live here. And so I fully am in favor of writing this letter and letting the health department know that we don't have to be home to everything that provides benefit for others outside our community at the expense of our own community members.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, you know, this isn't in Commerce City. This is in unincorporated Adams County. I'd like to know where our colleagues in Adams County are. Did they submit a letter on behalf of the residents that are in unincorporated Adams County around this property? You know, we are constantly talking about developers and who donated to whose campaign and everything else. And there's some political bias on this council towards anti-oil and gas issues. And that part is concerning to me. I grew up in this community, and I've been here 58 years. And I went to school, graduated from Adams City, and I could tell you I continue to try to identify those who I went to school with or around, my friends, my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, that have experienced traumatic health issues. And I can't seem to find that. And I've heard council members mention everybody in Commerce City has asthma and different things. I know there are risks, and I know there are regulations. We have a lot to take care of in Commerce City, and we are ignoring a lot of things in Commerce City. And to be focused on things that are outside of our city, I think that the county government should be playing a role, and it should be the county government that should be here saying, hey, support us on this. But they're not here, and I don't know where they are. So until I hear from our county government, or I have people that live in that area that are Commerce City residents come before us requesting that we take a role outside of our jurisdictional boundaries, I will be voting no.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
I think the fact that we have can you hear me?
Yes.
I think the fact that we have the power to protect our children, which is still Commerce City residents, with just a letter to state how there was no health analysis. This is less than 500 feet across the street. And since the obvious one is as not zero that it can't blow up, and these are kids at risk, we should at the least act. This has nothing to do with politics. This actually has to do completely with regulation. Adams County Health Department, I know, is also discussing this. They've also testified. If you would like to see the organizations and the community members and the promotoras that do have those health disparities, you can look at the Enviro screen. This is that disproportionately impacted community that we established from the EJ Action Task Force. And right now, Cultivando is actually working with those residents to actually protest against the fact that Magellan didn't do any type of local community outreach. So these are children. This is not just industry. This is right across the street. And I think it's incredibly important that we keep that in mind. When I'm talking about the entire kindergarten class having asthma inhalers, these are 30 kids in one class. This is that elementary school. And given that the governor actually just recently visited that school to help the teachers, he knows this is also Commerce City constituents and residents as well. So though this is an unincorporated space, this is still our community, and these are our children. So I would highly advocate for this letter because this is a form of environmental protection, or else the EPA and including the DOJ wouldn't be involved to some levels that they are in that space. So yes, by all means, let's call in the county, let's call in the health department, let's call in all those for letters as well too, because this was done without the type of regulation that we are supposed to enact with the EJ Action and the EJ Act itself. That's already passed about 3-4 years ago. So I am completely in support of this letter. It's absolutely abysmal. They want to put this against, honestly, in front of an elementary school. This would not run in an affluent neighborhood. That is what creates environmental racism, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
I just want to bring back up, I would love to have a special session, and the mayor as a presiding officer, it's a friendly amendment that you can choose to approve, or we can vote on it. But the idea is that we have our ducks in a row, in advance to September 16th. I think our children are critically important. They are our future, but it's also important that we share a letter that is precise. It's detailed enough, but it has weight that we are able to talk with the school district, the county, and we also have some of the facts that we're addressing within the letter. And that's the goal for the special session. Will be enough time to actually submit it. But I really value quality and an opportunity to say, if we're going to advocate, let's really advocate with our ducks in a row. That's the rationale for the special session.
Thank you. Mayor,
I just want to make clear for the council what the motion is on the floor. So the original motion is directing staff to prepare a letter to CDPHE in opposition to additional fuel tanks at the DuPont Magellan fuel site in unincorporated Adams County from the mayor on behalf of the city council for submission by September the 16th. There was then subsequently a friendly amendment, a motion for a friendly amendment that was objected by one member of council and pursuant to Rule 6.1 of Bob's rules. If it's a friendly amendment is objected by anyone, that motion dies. So the motion that is currently on the floor is the primary motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no other discussions. I have to say, I've been living in the city of Commerce City for 20 years, being active before on city council, and this has been an ongoing issue with several things within our city. And the fact that, this is in unincorporated Adams County, but we do have over by DuPont Elementary School, we do have streets that are in Commerce City and in the county by that school. And I was over there as well. The governor was doing a sponsorship money from the state to help support teachers and projects. And so I'm looking right across the street, and it's a dangerous situation. We have to take action. That's our duty. So I'll be in support of this. So the motion on the floor is to direct staff to prepare a letter to the CPHE in opposition to additional fuel tanks at the DuPont Magellan fuel site in unincorporated Adams County from the mayor on behalf of the city council for submission by September 16th. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 6 with 2 noes and 1 unexcused absence. Thank you. All right, on to appointment of Councilmember Chacon to speak at the ECMC Cumulative Impact Hearing. I will invite Mayor Pro Tem Noble to introduce this item.
There's no one on the city council who articulates the issues of cumulative impacts when it comes to toxic industries than Councilmember Renee Chacon, who represents Ward 3. My motion is to appoint Councilmember Renee Chacon as the city council spokesperson in opposition to ECMC Cumulative Impacts Rules Draft at the ECMC hearing to be held on September 4th and 5th.
Okay, that's a motion and a second. Councilmember Kim?
I will second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, the motion on the floor is to appoint Councilmember Renee Chacon as the city council spokesperson in opposition to the ECMC Cumulative Impact Rule Draft at ECMC hearing to be held on September 4th through the 5th. I will ask the clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. City Attorney Zarzeki, is Councilmember Chacon allowed to vote on this motion?
Yes, I believe she is.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, that is 5 yeses and 3 nos and 1 excused absence. All right, on to consent agenda. Consent agenda includes items that are routine, procedural, informational, self-explanatory, non-controversial. These items are presented to council for a single motion and vote. Any council members may ask to remove a specific item off the consent agenda for further discussion and a separate vote. Tonight, there are 7 items on consent agenda. Do any council members wish to remove any items? Seeing none, I need a motion second to approve the consent agenda as presented. Councilmember Kim.
So moved.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, I have a first and a second. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Give me just one moment. Minutes of the August 5th, 2024 regular meeting, minutes of the August 12th, 2024 special meeting, ordinance 2611, and ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by appropriating unencumbered fund balance in the general fund in the amount of $8,828,665 for use on specified projects, including specified intra-fund transfers and the authorization of the expenditures thereof. Ordinance 2612, and ordinance amending the 2024 budget of the City of Commerce City, Colorado by the recognition of the Sonoran Institute grant in the amount of $10,000 for the funding of a design for a zero-escape demonstration garden. Resolution 2024-098, a resolution amending council policy number CP-2 to clarify parameters of agenda setting. Resolution 2024-099, a resolution amending council policy number CP-5 to update allowable council expenditures for authorized events and travel. Resolution 2024-100, a resolution amending council policy number CP-25 to clarify the process for receiving and reviewing complaints. Your vote is open. Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor Douglas, and then Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote? I'm sorry, could you repeat that for me, Councilmember Chacon? I couldn't hear that.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, now we're on to. Move these things around. All right, we're on to public hearings. Resolution 2024-070, determining eligibility for Anderson Rance annexation. Isn't the first one? Is for eligibility for Anderson Rance annexation, right?
Yes, it is the determination of if the annexation meets the state requirements. The actual annexation and zoning have been continued to October 21.
Okay. It's the other ones haven't moved yet. All right, tonight's first public hearing is determining eligibility for the Anderson Rance annexation. I will remind council the following: only ask questions, gather facts, but not express opinions or indicate how you will vote. You are not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and the record, and apply those facts to the criteria and the Colorado revised statute. I will invite the city attorney to address council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at this public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I will now open the public hearing and invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Give us just one moment, Mayor. It looks like the applicant is still moving over. Brooke Anderson, are you going to be sharing a presentation on the screen or anything?
Are you able to hear me?
We can not hear you very well, Brooke.
Oh, sorry. So what I was hoping for, since tonight you guys are going to be tabling most of this, I was hoping that staff would be able to do the presentation to expedite what is needed to be heard for this determination tonight. I'm happy to do a presentation, but I'm not sure that gives you guys much, if it really helps you guys. I would think it'd be more productive if you guys were to discuss the annexation specifically as with staff.
City Attorney?
I believe what I heard muffled through there was the applicant said that she would like the staff to present because they would have the information that would identify the approval criteria. I don't know if others heard anything other than that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So there's no one here for Anderson's Ranch inside the chambers, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Go ahead and proceed.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. So the purpose of this resolution is to determine whether or not the proposed annexation meets the Colorado statutory requirements as to whether or not the subject property is eligible to be annexed into Commerce City. This resolution does not officially annex the property into the city and is actually step 2 of the annexation process. The first, substantial compliance, was heard and approved by this body on July 15th. And October 21st, the third step, the actual annexation ordinance, shall be heard by City Council. There are 3 associated cases with this resolution: the annexation of the property, annexation zoning of the property, and finally, the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District inclusion, which is heard by the NIGID Board. Council has voted to continue the annexation and the annexation zoning cases to October 21st, and staff has requested that the NIGID Board, which convenes later tonight, continue the inclusion application to October 21st as well. The approximately 121-acre property is denoted with the hatching on the screen and my laser pointer. It is located at the northwest corner of Chambers Road and 98th Avenue. And the property is an enclave, which means it's encompassed entirely by Commerce City. So please note that the property is within Commerce City's growth boundary, which is established through an intergovernmental agreement. And the future land use plan designates the property as residential, medium, and public/state. So there are 10 eligibility criteria which may be found within the council communication, as well as the resolution itself. Staff has highlighted 5 of those criteria for you on your screen. And then staff has found that the property meets the criteria and is eligible for annexation. Again, if approved, the City Council is only determining that the property is eligible to be annexed into the city. Staff is now available to answer any questions or concerns you all may have.
Thank you. Chavez, is this presentation the same as yours?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, could you please repeat that?
This presentation from the applicant, is it kind of mirrors yours as well?
It is a little different.
Okay.
And it doesn't, it includes other items that were continued tonight.
Right.
So it doesn't really touch on any of this information. And frankly, this kind of has everything that you all need to see.
Appreciate that. Any council members have any questions? Okay. Seeing none. All right, Ethan Chavez, go ahead and make your presentation.
Oh, this was a presentation, sir.
Oh, okay, so the applicant, I thought you said yours was different, a little different.
Staff's is very different, and it only includes the eligibility for annexation. The applicant's presentation includes the annexation zoning, the
gotcha.
annexation,
I see.
NIGID,
Okay.
and that had to be submitted before the continuance.
Right. Appreciate that, yes,
yeah,
that makes sense. Okay, one more time, any council members have any questions? All right, I will now invite the public to provide testimony. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficiency hearing. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desired to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you're recognized to speak, please approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case before proceeding with testimony. All comments and testimony shall be made from the from the podium, and no comments, testimony shall be present from the audience. Comments and testimonies are directed toward the mayor and the city council. Dialogue inquiries to the members of the staff or seated audience not permitted. Inquiries that require staff response will be referred to staff by the mayor. If it's our desire to hear any relevant testimony on this topic in a timely manner within an atmosphere of respect, our procedures are designed to ensure that this occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for your cooperation, and we look forward to hearing your comments. We'll now ask the city clerk to call those registered to speak, Zoom or in person.
Mayor Douglas, we do not have any persons registered to speak either in person or via Zoom on this resolution specifically.
All right. Seeing that, and I'm sure there's not going to be any rebuttal. I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion and second to adopt resolution 2024-070. Is there any discussion? Sorry, need a motion and second to adopt resolution 2024-070. Councilmember Teeter.
I move for adoption of resolution 2024-070.
Councilmember Ford.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Dukes? Nope. All right. The motion on the floor is to adopt resolution 2024-070. I will ask the clerk to read the title. Take a roll call vote, please.
Resolution 2024-070, a resolution determining the eligibility for annexation of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by the property generally located at 9901 Chambers Road in case AN 26824, known as the Anderson Ranch annexation. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Okay, we'll go to, so we have 2 that are moving on to October 21st. Okay, vacation right of way for portion of 7th Avenue. Tonight's 4th public hearing is for the vacation of right of way comprised of the portion of 7th Avenue generally located north of East 84th Avenue between Rosemary Street and Ulster Street. I will remind council of the following. Only ask questions, gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you will vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony. You wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and the record and apply those facts to criteria in the Land Development Code. And I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and invite the applicant to make the presentation.
My presentation's going to take exactly 2 minutes, just because I'm just going to provide a little background, and I think staff is really going to do a visual presentation. Okay. So my name is Margot Schultz with Westside Properties, 5690 Webster Street in Arvada. And along with JR Engineering, we've been the planners and civil engineers, consultants for Mid-Rail Real Estate, who is the real estate arm of Instell Steel for about the last 9 years. And so by way of background, in 2015, Instell purchased the 54-acre parcel and annexed into Commerce City most of it. Some of it was already here from unincorporated Adams County. And in conjunction with the development of their large-scale industrial facility that's there now, they developed about 1/3 of that 54 acres and had to clear up with the first plat a number of, I'm going to say, pesky things that carried over from the county. I used to be on the planning staff at Adams County, and I think we all recognize that over the years, that area was pretty undeveloped. In conjunction with that replatting, they vacated portions of several roads, improved portions of others, developed drainage improvements, and extended utilities, etc. So with the platting of this final 2/3, they need to vacate the portion of 7th Avenue that we're going to talk about tonight. And other than that, I just wanted to say that we read the staff report and we agree with the background and case history and agree with the project analysis. Anything you want to say? Okay. And the civil engineer's here, if anybody's got questions.
Any council members have any questions for the applicant? I have a question. Ulster, so you said 7th Avenue in Ulster, the portion 7th, 8th. I'm looking at, where is 7th Avenue?
That's shown in the red.
Okay,
7th Avenue doesn't exist. There's nothing there and never has been.
gotcha. All right. Yeah, I'm looking. Okay. I appreciate that.
All
Thank
right, thanks.
All right, we'll invite Heather Vidlock, interim planning manager, to make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. Wanted to introduce this case to you. This is the vacation of the 7th Avenue right-of-way. And what you see up on the screen is the highlighted area that's proposed to be vacated. This is north of 84th Avenue between Rosemary and Ulster Streets. As the applicant has just stated, this is their request to vacate this portion of right-of-way in Irondale. It was dedicated back in 1899, but it's never been utilized as right-of-way or as a street. The zoning is PUD, and there is a related subdivision case, which is to consolidate the lots after the vacation would take effect. So this is just showing that area on an aerial map. And this is a photograph. You can see that there's no physical improvements related to the right-of-way. Right-of-way vacations require the action of City Council, and it happens by way of a vacation plat, which happens before the two lots would then be able to be consolidated. The proposed right-of-way vacation has been reviewed by the relevant DRT agencies, and there's no outstanding comments. Development review team has found that all review criteria have met, and that includes consistency with the comprehensive plan and the Irondale sub-area plan. The property is no longer needed for any public use and will not leave any properties landlocked. All other access points are provided to 84th Avenue. And that will not reduce the quality of public services that can be provided. No public comments have been received by the deadline of this evening. And with that, we just offer up to you that the requested vacation is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the Irondale sub-area plan, and find that the proposed vacation of right-of-way has never been utilized as public right-of-way, and Commerce City has no intention of doing so. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have of staff.
Any council members have any questions for staff? Thank you. Appreciate
you.
that. All right. Before I read this, City Clerk, do we have any speakers? Testimony from in or over online?
Let me just confirm the registration here real quick, Mayor, if you give me just one moment.
Mayor, while he's doing that, may I say something quickly?
Sure.
Just wanted to direct council's attention to your binders. Page 8 has the approval criteria, which lives in 21, 32, 33.
And Mayor, I can confirm we do not have any virtual or in-person speakers signed up for this vacation case.
Yeah, thank you. Should I go ahead and read it for the record?
No, sir, I was just directing council to the applicable approval criteria. It is now also on the slide.
Sure. Do you want me to, for the record, read about the public testimony? Just make sure I don't have to read that for the motion. For the-
Mayor Douglas, there's no written comments for
Okay.
this case either. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. Sorry about that. Skipped ahead. All right, seeing no testimony on or in present, I will now close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second to introduce ordinance V 24-001 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
I move to introduce V 24-0001. Council is seated.
Councilmember Ford.
Second the motion.
Any discussion, Councilmember Dukes? Nope. Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance V 24-001 by council seated and approved on first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote.
Ordinance V 24-0001, an ordinance vacating right-of-way comprised of a portion of 7th Avenue, generally located north of East 84th Avenue between Rosemary Street and Ulster Street, Commerce City, Colorado. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, up next is ordinance Z 23-001 zoning 6540 Highway 2 from commercial 2 to residential 3. Tonight's third public hearing is the consideration of amending the zone ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City to rezone the property generally located at 6540 Highway 2 from general commercial district C2 to multifamily residential R3. We'll remind council the following: only ask questions and gather facts, but not express opinion or indicate how you vote. You're not permitted to provide testimony if you wish to participate in the decision. Only rely on facts developed in this hearing and the record and apply those facts to the criteria in the Land Development Code. I will invite the city attorney to address the council.
Is there any council member who cannot hear this matter and make a determination fairly and impartially based on the record before you and the facts and evidence as developed at the public hearing? The record will reflect that no member of council has indicated an inability to be fair and impartial. Thank you, Mayor.
We'll now open the hearing, invite the applicant to make the presentation.
Good evening, City Council and City Management. Thank you. So I'm presenting 6540 Highway 2, Galatians Enterprises, owned by Catherine Boyd and Jonathan Troll. Do I have access? Is this me? Okay, sorry. Perfect. So this is an aerial view of the subject property. This is 6540 Highway 2, showing the entire parcel in red and the intended construction area in yellow, but it is all under one parcel number. This is a panoramic view of the parcel side. You can see to the left, there's an existing quadplex and an existing duplex that have been on the property for many, many years. And to the right is the raw portion that is fenced in currently. This is also a panoramic view of the opposite side of the street. So you can see there are some existing residential properties mainly, with one like a small banquet event center right at the opening of the street there. Can you play the video? So this is just a 360 video to give you a good idea of how it looks currently. Thank you. So this is a rough rendering of an initial concept of the future residential build-out. Obviously, this has to run through the development plan process, and that one, I'm sure we'll have many renditions, but this is the current kind of first pass at it. So history and property information, the property has had residential dwellings on it since 1950. Known to date, there has never been commercial on this parcel. It is an existing quadplex and an existing duplex, and the remainder of the parcel is raw land. Galatians Enterprise is an LLC formed by the owners of the parcel, Catherine Boyd and Jonathan Troll. Creating clean and affordable housing for everyone is the purpose of the company. Catherine Boyd and Jonathan Troll are also owners of a nonprofit called YHC Clinic. YHC Clinic provides free medical care to those who have housing insecurities in Adams County. Providing affordable housing is in line with the property owner's mission to provide services to the impoverished and those transitioning from homelessness in Adams County. The goals of the zone change, the goal desired is requesting the zone change is to obtain the proper zoning of the property in order to build additional affordable housing on the raw portion of the land. So we are asking for it to be changed from C2 to R3. Yeah, so the property is currently zoned for C2. And I'd like to go over how this is in conformance with the current comprehensive plan. Goal H and 3 of the current comprehensive plan is increased range of housing prices. The goal of the property owners is to create housing with affordable rental rates. H in 3B, this also speaks to affordable rental options. And so we continue to support existing affordable housing options. This land offers an existing housing option that is currently already offering this service with a commercial zoning designation currently. Community and social issues, which would be number 17, providing housing to accommodate a diverse population and lifelong living in the city. So this project will provide housing for the impoverished population of the city. Guiding principles, number 1 speaks to promoting infill and phasing new growth to avoid leapfrog development. This portion of this property has been sitting vacant, raw for many, many years, and so we are promoting infill with this development. Number 4 of the guiding principles asks to provide multiple types of housing. The area currently contains single-family residence, multi-housing, and senior housing. Proposed will be tasteful and good-looking with the goal of energy efficiency. And number 5, redevelopment and reinvestment, maintaining the integrity of existing districts by continually renewing and reinvesting. And so we are reinvesting in a property that has been sitting raw for many, many years. Goal LU2, phase growth in orderly and compact manner, again speaking to infill and avoiding leapfrog development. LU 3.1 speaks to the quality design for neighborhoods, and they're looking to do a very well-designed project and promoting infill development. And I'd like to have Mr. Troll come up here and just kind of explain how their nonprofit organization works for the county. You want to come up?
Thank you for having me. Both my wife and I have been in Commerce City for about 18 years now. Unfortunately, she's an acute care physician, so she got called in the hospital tonight to deal with some trauma that was going on there, so her apologies for not being here. But our goal was to simply create a way that we can provide affordable care. I think as we had a vision just as a family and how we get back to our community, you know, one of the issues that we found is, especially now, the cost of rental units is so high. We're seeing a significant number of people really have to forego things like nebulizers and even like core medical treatment just to pay for rental. And so we started to really see a tie between like delivering affordable health care and kind of the housing issues going on. And so we just lucked upon this property and took a chance on it. You know, we knew it was commercial, but thought that you know, we would give it a chance because it seems like just a great avenue to develop clean, healthy, affordable living that is both on a fairly decent transit route so that people can commute to work within core Commerce City. So we're doing that with the current residences today, and we would just ask for your approval because we do think that it meets the comprehensive plan, and really the focus is to focus on kind of the infill development, right, where this property is sat vacant for quite some time, since 1950 from the original owners that we bought it from, and to put it to use, and we think would be a great benefit for the city overall. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions about the nonprofit if you'd like.
Thank you. Any council members have any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I just have one. That dirt road out front, is that your property or is that city property or?
Yeah, that is a right-of-way that is owned by us, so we are responsible for the maintenance of that road.
Okay.
Up to the line that the property ends is our understanding.
And you wouldn't happen to know the name of it, would you? Or is there a name for it?
You know, I honestly don't know the exact name of the road.
Me either. I just had to ask.
Yeah.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Any more? I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll invite-
Mayor Douglas,
Oh,
Councilmember
Councilmember
Chacon has their hand up.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon, sorry.
Forgive me, I have a quick question, a couple questions for the developer. These are rentals, right? So it's no path for ownership?
We're considering it. I think right now we saw that the most urgent need was rental, just from our initial assessment, but it is definitely part of the consideration as we look to develop the secondary property.
And then is this for income based? So this will be for not just low income, but income based housing or income based applicants?
You know, I think at this point we've tried not to put any restrictions based on other than trying to meet the low income. So right now we do about $300 per week, or so roughly about $1,200 per month, which from what we can tell is significantly cheaper. I think out there in the market we're seeing that they're more $400 to $500 per week, kind of in the surrounding motel spaces. And then we also try to do long-term rental. So what we don't want to do is daily rates, weekly rates. We're really looking for people who are trying to better their lives and want to make a significant investment and give them some stability. But we haven't really signed up for a specific governmental program at this point.
And one more question, will this impact the families that are already there? Will it displace them or anything like that?
Nope, there's no displacement. Everyone that's in the current fourplex and duplex are, again, not impacted. It's actually, I think it's about 0.8 acres and roughly about 0.5, and I'm sure city staff has the details, but it's vacant, so it really is just sitting empty. I think at some point, the prior owners were looking at doing maybe some commercial development, but that just never happened. And then even when we looked at it from a mixed-use perspective, I think just based on the road and where it's located, putting any type of retail in that area would be probably economically infeasible for us, and to do it where it's self-sustaining. So it wouldn't impact the existing renters. It would just be new development.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Yes, I have a couple questions about your nonprofit, and thank your wife for going into such a noble profession. It can't be easy to be a physician these days. So please thank her for that and tell her that she was excused from being here tonight. So is your nonprofit funded basically by grants then, or?
It's almost all private. And again, I mean, listen, we started the majority of it ourselves. So the majority of the funding came from ourselves and a few commercial donors. But at this point, we've had a few minor grants, but I mean, less than 2% of total funding come from grants.
Okay. And then you expect to subsidize the rent then that people are expected to?
I mean, for the most part, we are covering all of the expenses for the development, and then we're trying to base the rental rate on making it self-sustaining. So we're not focused on profitability in terms of like a significant profit on the property. It's really just setting the rental rate where we can sustain it from a maintenance. We cover the electrical, water. It's all bundled together into the rent, and then the units are fully furnished. So really the way that we set the rent is to make it self-sustaining so that we're not dependent on grants. I mean, I think we've looked at other opportunities, and our concern with grants and things like that is they tend to run out, and if it's not a self-sustainable model, we've seen other nonprofits close. So our focus has really been using the rental income to self-sustain everything in the nonprofit.
Okay. And these would be short-term rentals then?
6 months would be the minimum that we would want, because again, what we're trying to do is provide a safe place for people to live for a significant amount of time, right? And so we've set it at 6 months. We will do 12 months as well. And I think we'd be open for more if they'd wanted to, but most of the renters are more interested in 6 to 12 months. We have not wanted to do the daily rate. Again, what we don't want to be is a motel where it's just kind of daily. We really want to help people sustain and grow in the community.
Okay. So you had mentioned the weekly rates, so that's why I was curious about the short term.
Yeah, it was just more of a comparison. I think when we started comparing to other, what I would call similar size developments, they tend to be more probably what I would categorize as like motels, to be honest with you. They seem to charge more daily, weekly rates. So when we kind of baseline what we would want to set the rate at, we just kind of went on the weekly comparison. But the rentals collect it monthly.
Okay, and is there any special criteria that people would have to meet in order to rent these out?
We have not set any criteria other than we advertise, select applications, and I think the hardest part is I'll give you an example. The last time we had a vacancy, within 3 days of posting for the rental unit, we probably had 300 to 400 applications come in for that unit. And currently, again, the way the law works in our understanding, I'm not an attorney, so please don't hold me to that, but it's kind of first come, first serve based on eligibility criteria that we take at this point.
So this would not be your first property that you have set up like this?
We currently own the 6 units and then 2 additional. Those are not in Commerce City. One is in Longmont in kind of a similar setup. And then the other one is out of state.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's out of state. It's in Texas. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question. You had mentioned transportation. Will you be providing transportation to the people who live there?
At this point, we do not do that, and except for a few limited cases. If one of our tenants is in a hard place, we will reimburse them for like an Uber or a Lyft, kind of first come, first serve as funds are available for them, especially if it's applying for a new job. So we kind of do that on a case-by-case basis, but it's not a full-time, we don't have a full-time staff that's doing that transportation right now.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you bringing this forward.
Yep, thank you.
All right, seeing no others, I will invite Nick Berry, City Planner, to make a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Before you tonight, as you mentioned, ordinance number Z 23001, also known as Galatians Commons. In case this is anyone's first time turning in, we thought we'd go over what is a zone change. So officially changing the zoning district of a property. Now, what is zoning? The zoning of a property determines what uses are allowed or not allowed, sets the bulk standards such as setbacks, lot size, building heights, that sort of thing. The actual development details will be reviewed with the development plan. This would include architectural elevations, landscaping, site access, all of that sort of thing. So what is City Council deciding tonight? Whether the zoning and the associated rules for how the property should be developed should be changed. For context, as mentioned, 6540 Highway 2 is located just north of 64th Avenue, which is the northern border of Mile High Greyhound Park urban renewal area. As you can see, it's currently surrounded by C2 and C3 zonings. But as the applicant has highlighted, most of those are residential on those C2 properties, which is known as legal non-conforming uses. All right, skimming over this, sorry, trying to get you all the information you need without repeating too much. Request from C2 general commercial to R3 multifamily for the 0.84 acre site. The comprehensive plan designates this site as mixed-use corridor commercial. As mentioned, this development plan, it has not been filed with city staff. It would follow the approval of the zone change should it be approved. Future land use map for you. The property is highlighted kind of in a red outline, firmly within the mixed-use corridor commercial designation. Site aerial, like I said, surrounded by residential uses to the north and east with some commercial uses to the south. The C2 zoning was established with the first zoning ordinance issued in 1964 and has been in place since. As mentioned, there's 2 existing structures on site constructed in 1950, which would predate Commerce City. The R3 zoning would allow for development of additional dwelling units. The number of units is yet to be determined. That'll be determined at the time of development plan. Site photo from Highway 2. Due to the visibility of the site, this had to be kind of taken at a weird angle. So you'll see in the foreground is the event center mentioned by the applicant, which is closest to Highway 2 and the camera on this angle. And then in the background, you see the fourplex and duplex. So the zone changes have been reviewed by the development review team. There are no outstanding comments, and it has been determined that all approval criteria have been met. The review process has determined that the zone change request is consistent with the goals set forth in the comprehensive plan. To date, there has been no public comment received prior to the deadline today. A neighborhood meeting was held for this request on May 30th, 2024 at that event center. No members of the public were in attendance that evening. Some things to consider for this zone change request. So the zone change is consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan as highlighted by the applicant, but not with the future land use plan designation, which was mixed use corridor commercial. The zone change brings the property into conformance, so it would no longer be considered legal non-conforming, but conforming. The zone change allows the site to expand residential uses due to the non-conforming status. They are not able to expand the residential uses on site. The zone change will allow for investment of the site that has lacked investment since the 1950s. The subject property does not meet the lot frontage requirements of R3 multifamily zoning. The lot orientation and access make commercial development unlikely. Staff is available for questions at this time.
Council members have a question for staff? Councilmember Noble?
Thank you very much. How do we ensure that this corridor is cleaned up, if you will? I'm a little confused. Can you go back to your slide?
Yeah, just tell me when to stop.
The conclusion, I think it was a conclusion slide.
The considerations?
There you go.
Okay.
It says the subject property does not meet the lot frontage requirements of R3. What do you mean by that?
Sure. So this does not impact the approval criteria or the developability of the site. What it is that it's currently conforming to, in C2 zoning, the lot frontage requirement is 70 feet. The lot frontage existing is 86 feet. And the R3 zoning requires a frontage of 100 feet. So it's creating a nonconformity where there doesn't exist one currently, but it does not impact the development plan. It would affect any future expansion if they wanted to consolidate with lots to the north or south or something to that effect. But it would not prevent the, based on the approval criteria or the development plan would not be affected by the frontage requirement, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Does this property back up to a rehabilitation center?
Yeah, so to the north is a nursing home facility.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we mean? Yeah, so that's a nursing home facility on the north side there.
Okay. And could you go back to the previous slide?
Absolutely.
Thank you. But it is not consistent with the future land use plan designation, you say. And why isn't it consistent?
So mixed-use corridor commercial has associated zonings of PUD and MU1 mixed use. And so as noted by the comprehensive plan, it's not following those zonings, but it is meeting other goals of the comprehensive plan.
And what is
MU1, yeah, so it's a zoning district that does exist in our land development code, but is rarely used in the city because of the requirements that make it development challenging, such as no ground floor residential units. So that makes it difficult to develop and something that's not seen in our suburban setting.
But isn't that what we have? You said that's what we have.
So that's the designation by the 2010 comprehensive plan was for mixed use, but the request is for R3 and not PUD or MU1 mixed use. So that's where that kind of comes in.
Is there any issue with this being one story as proposed?
As proposed, R3, the multifamily allows for multiple structures and multiple units with no considerations for if there has to be multiple stories. Mm-hmm. So that there is not an issue with the proposed zoning in that extent.
Okay, and he the applicant used motels as an example of what this would be. Is that correct?
I believe the applicant was trying to price compare with the current housing available in the area, which is existing motels.
Right.
I believe that's the comparison they were trying to make, not necessarily how the product will be or the end product will be. But we can get them back up here if that's beneficial.
Yeah, for clarification, that's furthest from what we want this to be. We want these to be nice, one-bedroom, sustainable, fully furnished units that people can live and thrive and walk to school and take the bus. That was just simply a price comparison when we looked to set the rental rates of what we can both sustain and that what, personally, I feel, unfortunately, people are being forced to live in, which is, I mean, we're finding people paying $500 a week for truly what I would believe would be substandard living conditions. So that's completely not what this is about.
And what is, you were mentioning that among your, oh, never mind, my time's up.
Thank you. Any other council members have any questions? Councilmember Ford.
Yeah, I was just curious if there are any current code violations on the property.
To date, there are no code violations that are active.
Thank you.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. Is this the property that's, the raw land, is it behind a privacy fence at this point?
It is my understanding that the property in full is owned by the applicant, the fourplex, the duplex, and that fenced-in area. I believe it's fenced in for privacy and whatnot, since that is a access easement that runs through the front of the property there. So it's more for security reasons for the property owners to prevent trash, debris, and the like from collecting in that area.
I'm a little bit confused about where the fourplex would go. So there's currently a duplex, and to the west of that is a fourplex?
Correct. Yeah, it's like I said, constructed in 1950, so the unit sizes are on the smaller end from what we would approve by today's kind of square footage. But yeah, that is a existing 4-unit, I guess I should clarify.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
4-unit and a 2-unit.
would remain?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Those two would remain, is that correct?
That's as highlighted by the applicant, that is
Okay.
the plan.
And then where would this is new construction, correct?
Correct.
On the fourplex. Where is the fourplex going to be? Is that behind the fence? Or
So the area that they're proposing to use for the development plan would be in that fenced-in area.
Fenced-in
As
area,
it exists, yes. At this time, the number of units is unknown. It'll kind of depend on other site considerations, if it will actually end up being 4 units or not. But like I said, that will be kind of fleshed out at the development plan.
All right. And are the units that are there, are those rentals?
I believe so, yes. And we can bring the applicant back up if you have questions about the use of the site.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. As staff said, there's a fourplex and a duplex currently there. The privacy fence was there when we bought it, so it would be torn down and created once the development plan is approved. I think we're starting with this because, to spend money on a development plan if this doesn't get approved, again, we're a small nonprofit, so we can't really risk that. So they are rentals, so they're 100% occupied right now. Everyone's in 6 to 12 months leases currently.
Are those market rate?
Below market rate. For sure. So again, you're talking about $1,300 per month, roughly.
And they provide their own furnishings there?
Yep, we provide microwave, stove, refrigerator, bed, and then we typically work with the renters as well. So if they're missing other things, we provided them with dresser drawers, we've provided them with mattresses, clothing, you name it, we try to get them established in the unit.
And you're talking about the existing rentals that you have there right now?
Yes, and it would be the same model for the new ones that we would build. So I think there's still a lot of work that has to happen with the development process to make sure it conforms to city requirements. But our goal is to keep the rental rate at the same rates that we're currently doing in the existing ones, which we think are significantly below market.
Thank you. And what about parking there?
Yeah, so parking's a big consideration. Obviously, we have to meet minimum parking requirements, and I think that is part of our goal in working with the city is to provide as many units as possible that conform to the land use requirements is kind of the goal because we think the need is so high. Parking drives a lot of that, right? So we have to account for, and again, I'm not the expert, but whatever one space or 1.5 spaces per a 1-bedroom. So that will take up a lot of the land that we'll have to account for as we do the development plan.
Thank you.
Any more questions? I got a question for you. So on this property, as far as being developed, it looks like a dirt lot. Is that gonna be paved, cement? It's gonna be a hard surface?
Yeah, thank you for so it would be required to come up to today's standards. So the access easement that's on the south side of the property would have to be improved. The frontage along Highway 2 would need to be improved. In addition to the considerations, as mentioned, parking, landscaping, architecture, all of that would have to meet the current land development code standards.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. So question, looking at the section 214310 for R3, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. I guess based on the bulk standards, the different setbacks and whatnot, is there enough land on that property that would be able to support this? What R3 is currently, what R3 standards are?
So that ultimately is the question. Obviously, since this was at risk for them, they didn't move forward with processing how many additional units they would be able to add. So there are going to be limitations because of setbacks and parking requirements and landscape buffers and the like that will be required and associated with the bulk standards and other development standards that we have. So the number of units, it's undetermined. The zoning may still be appropriate to allow the non-conforming uses of the 4-unit and the 2-unit to continue to exist. But the number of units to be developed may end up on the lower side because of those requirements.
So we don't know how many units they really want to build at this time until this part of this is been approved. Is that what that is my understanding? Because, I mean, I see what our requirements are. I just want to make sure that, go ahead.
Yeah, the plan is to get the zoning changed first and then go through the development planning process. And like Nicholas said, we need to adhere to all of the city requirements for the building and as many as we can fit as possible while adhering to those requirements is what we're looking for.
So there was no set
No.
number at this time. This was just, let's get through the process, let's get it approved, and once you know that and you figure out where you have to be, as far as based on the minimum standards, is what you will actually build out.
Exactly, as much as we can squeeze out of that property. That's the goal.
Okay. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
City Clerk Gibson, is there any in-persons or online?
Yes, sir, we have one person signed up to speak.
Okay, all right. Okay, see no more questions for staff. I will now invite the public to provide testimony. We welcome your comments and input to ensure efficient hearings. All persons are required to observe the following. Each person desire to speak must have registered with the city clerk. When you're recognized to speak, please approach the podium and state your name, address, and record for the record, and state whether you support or oppose the case before providing testimony. All comments and testimony shall be made from the podium. No comments and testimony should be present from the audience. Comments and testimony are directed towards the mayor and the city council. Dialogue, inquiries to the members of staff are seated. Audience is not permitted. Inquiries that require city response will be referred to staff by the mayor, and if it's desired to hear all testimony on this topic in a timely manner within an atmosphere of respect, procedures are designed to ensure that occurs. All public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes. Thank you for cooperation. We will look forward to hearing your comments and will now ask the city clerk to ask those who signed up to go ahead and proceed.
Yep. Mayor, we have one person signed up to speak. I have an Audrey Roshkolb. That's me. Oh. Mayor Douglas, I'm so sorry. We have 0 persons signed up to speak on
All
this
right.
case. Thank you.
Now, based on what you heard for the applicant, would you like to come up and rebuttal? No. Nope, okay. We'll now close the public hearing. Need a motion second to introduce ordinance Z23-001 Z23-001 by council seated and approved on first reading. Councilmember Teeter.
I make a motion to introduce ordinance Z 23-0001 by council as seated and approve on first reading.
Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance Z23-001 by council seated and approved on first reading. We'll ask the clerk to read the title and take a roll call vote, please.
Ordinance Z 23-0001, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinance and zoning map of the city of Commerce City, Colorado by rezoning the property generally located at 6540 Highway 2 from General Commercial District C2 to Multifamily Residential District R3. Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. All right, ordinance Z24001 rezoning at 54 4th Street was moved to October 7th. All right, ordinance on first reading, ordinance 2617, approving lease of city-owned property to Murray Farm Incorporated. Who's making this presentation? Or is there any questions? Do any council members have questions for staff on this ordinance? Okay, seeing none, need Councilmember Dukes.
Sorry, I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2617 on first reading.
Okay, the motion been made. I need a second. Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Teeter?
No, I just second the motion.
Okay. Motion on the floor is to introduce ordinance 2617 by council seated and approved on first reading. Will the city clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2617, an ordinance approving the lease of city-owned property located at 10100 Havana Street to Murray Farms Incorporated. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Forgive me, this is for the community park, correct?
This is for the lease for city-owned property at 10100 Havana Street to Murray Farms.
Sorry, no.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 7 yeses and 1 no and 1 excused absence. Okay, ordinance on second reading. Ordinance 2579, amending LDC to expand permitting areas for zero landscaping. This ordinance was approved unanimously. However, city staff has amended the approval plant list for council's review. Do any council members have questions for staff? Councilmember Noble.
Is there a process for appealing if you want to include a different plant that isn't on the list?
Yeah, good question. Alex Vanzani, policy analyst with the city manager's office. When I was working on these proposed amendments with the city attorney that was helping me, she was concerned about the potential inundation that could cause for the community development director. And since these plants aren't required to be selected from the approved plant list during development review, when landscape plans are being reviewed, a different plant could be proposed then.
Okay, so they're recommended, not required.
Correct.
All righty, thank you.
Any council member have questions? I have a question. This has to do with the tree lawn area. And in fact, we have trees there. I know the intent was to have a beautification of when you drive down the street. Trees mature, they cast, depends on if you had a median or just streetwise with other trees in the area, would cast a canopy. And they would provide like relief from the heat, also help filter the air through the carbons through the trees and all that leaves. But is there a provision in the LCD code that allows people to ask for a waiver not to put a tree in the tree lawn area?
Good question. There is not right now, and that was a consideration that we went through. And as you all are probably aware, the city's tree equity score is really low. And so in order to kind of enhance or to keep it where it's at and not decrease it, we left that as a requirement within tree lawns.
Okay, because I see a lot of trees driving around that people keep replacing them because they don't survive. And that's an issue. So that's, I understand about if we had the proper trees to plant that could survive, we'd be more successful in having what the intent is. And to my understanding, there is a provision. City Attorney, what was that provision you mentioned?
Mayor, are you talking about the variance provision?
Yes.
My understanding is that under section 217560, there's an alternative compliance provision that's contemplated, as well as section 217561 that lays out and establishes a variance process.
Okay. And they would have to go through a hearing in order to do that? Is that correct?
I believe that is accurate.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Kim, do you have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. I'm wondering what can residents do about bad lists that are circulating in Commerce City and that developers have on their sites, particularly in metro districts or HOAs? That's causing some of the problem, as Mayor Douglas noted, that some of these trees that were okay in the past, such as autumn maple does not grow in this area. It really doesn't grow in this area. And yet there are maple trees planted in the tree lawn throughout many of the newer developments, especially in Ward 4.
I'll tackle this one, Alex. I think that's a wonderful question, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, we have some existing conditions in which trees have been planted, and obviously, we have an approved plant list. This obviously will amend that said plant list. If you're trying to get at the, as you called it, bad list of trees, right? I think you have to look at the opportunities when and if those trees die out, right? Where those who are replanting, whether it's a developer that's still under a warranty acceptance period, or if it is a property owner, where to redirect them to understanding what is allowed and what is not allowed based on that list. It once again kind of goes back to, right, we as the city can set the standard. They can be more restrictive, so they could restrict more species of said plant, but they wouldn't be allowed to skirt the rule if we state such as maple plum. What tree did you give an example?
Autumn maple.
Autumn maple.
Autumn blaze maple.
Autumn blaze maple, right? So if we state that autumn blaze maple is a prohibited tree, a metro district, a HOA, a property owner would not be able to plant said tree, but they would be able to further restrict themselves within that genome or within that geni of that type of plant. So I think there's going to be some education about what is being adopted, what is being approved, not just broadly in the community, but more specifically with the HOAs and metro districts, because this will be applicable to not just the front yards of homes, but private park areas and other common areas. So part of that will be a part of that education aspect, redirecting where we have. And when thinking about what's being submitted as part of their development plan associated with plat approval, inspecting that landscape plan very intently with what that new plant list is going to be before we kind of get to that stage of, okay, now they're about to plant it in, and now we see these lists, now we have to start to claw that back. So it's gonna be an evolving process over time, but I think we're going to have to do some level of communication out to the community.
And I think the upcoming HOA meeting would be a good opportunity to draw their attention to the new list of plants, and that some of these plants that were approved in the past are not really plants that thrive in this area. So that would be helpful. Where are we on the landscape person who was going to be hired by the city, who would be helping with things like xeriscaping and so forth?
Thank you. They just said that we are interviewing for that position.
Okay, great. So maybe if there is any question or any kind of appeals or any of that kind of thing, that person could play a role in helping, or on variances, not appeals, but variances, that person could help considerably in figuring that kind of stuff out.
Yes, quite possibly. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions? Councilmember Dukes.
No question. I'd just like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2579 on second reading.
Councilmember Teeter.
Second the motion.
All right, is there any discussion? Motion on the floor is to approve ordinance 2579 on second and final reading. Will City Clerk read the title and take a roll call vote?
Ordinance 2579, an ordinance amending Commerce City Land Development Code, Article 7, Division 5, and Article 11, Division 2, to expand permitted areas for xeric landscaping practices. Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, on to administrative council business. Any council members have administrative council business, emergency, or unforeseen circumstances? Councilmember Kim?
please hold. So earlier today, we had a member from the public regarding, who came up here regarding the housing authority. And I think one of the things that, after some further discussions that we've had regards to informing applicants as far as why they were denied for the board and maybe and a report back to council. I think it's something we really need to really look at to include requirements in addition to there's one other thing, I'm sorry, I lost it there. But anyways, I guess at the end of the day, what I would like to do is make a motion to request for the city staff to review and how it informs applicants that were denied for boards and commissions and report back to council. I would also probably add in there, too, sorry, I meant to add, that's the other piece, is that I think with regards to utilizing council members on that auto-generated message, I would request that we probably want to remove that out of there to inform it directly back to staff. Councilwoman Chacon has her hands up, Mayor.
Councilwoman Chacon?
I'd like to second that, if I can.
Okay. Councilmember Dukes?
Any discussion?
Yeah.
I just think this is a good idea, and looking forward to the solutions. I understand in the past there was a process to put the emails and our names on there, but we love to kind of figure out what's the best approach to make sure our community is informed. While I understand it's some sensitive information, but I'm looking forward to being a thought partner with the city staff about what's the best approach so it's transparent, and it's an opportunity for folks to be engaged and have an opportunity to know why they're not selected or as much as they can, so they maybe be better fit for another board or commission. So I look forward to more conversations.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thanks very much. The other aspect of it is if a council member has actually participated in the decision, then I'm less hesitant about it. But since no council member reviewed the resume or application and then rejected it, that is what I have concerns about, because it implies, because it came from them, it implies that they actually did look at the application when in fact they did not look at the application. They did not reject it. So if there is any further discussion on that, I'd like to make certain that nothing goes out under a city council person's name that they haven't seen, that draws conclusions that they haven't participated in.
Councilmember Douglas?
Thank you, and that was my concern as well. It's not necessarily that if somebody isn't selected for a position, it's the fact that they were denied the right to apply. And why they were denied that right is the issue. And so I don't know if we owe an explanation to people who interview who do not make it, but in this particular instance, my name was put on something that I had nothing to do with. That was not my decision. And therein lies the concern from me. And so I want to get to the bottom of why it happened, but I also want to know why someone was just denied the right to apply for a position. And I guess that's all I have for right now.
Councilmember Kim.
So the one thing I do want to say is that what Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, right? So obviously this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is not one of our boards or commissions, but we are just essentially a representative on the Housing Authority, correct?
So Councilmember Kim, the qualifications for Housing Authority members are set by state statute.
Okay.
Council does not control qualifications, you only control appointments.
Right. So I also think that, and I think to what Mayor Pro Tem said earlier too, this is one that we did not see an application on. It did not get denied by city staff, right? It got denied by the Housing Authority before it showed up actually, we didn't know about it until the resident showed up, correct?
Correct. So, yeah, the Housing Authority, I was essentially the messenger.
Understood.
Which I'm happy to be, right? We've, since 2022, when our program went live, we've denied a total of 6 persons that have applied. Most of those have been people that apply but are out of the city.
Okay.
We generally don't send those to city council or schedule them for interviews because they're not eligible for appointment, because city council, for the boards and commissions that you do create, you've already set those qualifications for staff to review for those appointments. Nobody was denied the right to apply. They applied, but they were not moved forward for interview because they did not meet the qualifications as determined by the Housing Authority. I just want to make that clear.
Right. So I understand that. So I think to that point, I think that denial letter should not come from city staff. It should come directly from whoever that board and commission. I'm going to use Housing Authority as an example. So if in the future there is something that does come forward that they decide they're going to deny it, then that letter needs to come from them, not from city staff, because we do not necessarily control that board. Correct?
You control appointment, you don't control qualifications.
Got it. So I just want to make sure that's clear, because I don't think us being essentially the scapegoat for all of it, right? I mean, just let's talk about the Chamber of Commerce, right? I mean, we get appointed on there, but eventually it's the Chamber of Commerce to make the decision, the board to make a decision, right? So it's almost the same thing. So I would say it needs to come from that direct, that board or commission that is not within the city's control.
So for the ones that you do appoint but do not control qualifications, so that'd be Housing Authority, Quality Community Foundation, Cultural Council, and I think those are the 3 that you appoint to but don't have control over.
So those should come directly from their respective points of contacts then at that point.
Okay. And just to make sure I'm tracking this right, does council, or specifically the boards and commissions subcommittee, want those persons that are being reviewed for or recommended for not qualifying as a heads up? How involved is city council wanting on some of those decisions where we don't want to spend the time having this person schedule an interview, ultimately to not be qualified or meet the minimum qualifications or be eligible for appointment for you all? Because as you've seen through the last several quarters of interviews, we're generally packed to the gills with already qualified applicants. I don't want to already or add to that with people that are not eligible for that appointment.
Understood. I would have answered you, but my time ran out, so.
Go ahead and answer the question. I'll let you out, I'll allow you.
No, it's okay, it's okay. I'd rather have other folks the opportunity to speak before I come back.
Councilmember Chacon.
Then, how the Housing Authority city staff was allowed to sign on behalf of the council members without notifying us when we didn't determine the outcome?
Can you repeat that, ma'am? It kind of came across muffled.
How did the Housing Authority city staff, how are they allowed to sign on behalf of council without notifying us when we didn't determine the outcome?
So they didn't sign on your behalf, Councilmember Chacon, when the determination that Mr. Bew was not eligible for appointment came through. I actioned his application from being submitted to being not eligible.
and the system generates that email out in the template format saying, good, whatever it is, Mr. Bew, thank you for applying for the Board or Commission. It's been determined that you do not meet the minimum qualifications. Thank you, Councilmember Douglas, Chacon, and Dukes. The system auto-generates that email based on the action that we take on that application when we're looking at either eligibility, or that they've scheduled their interview, or that they've been nominated, or that they've been appointed, or that it's time for them to reapply for renewal or reappointment on that Board or Commission. And again, if the issue is the signature, I can easily change all of those templates moving forward from the council member's name to just either city staff or city council as a whole, or whatever you all would prefer. That's a really easy template change for us to make on the signature.
I would like the template change, and also to second what Councilmember Kim just brought up as well. The boards that we're not able to really judge any type of outcome, it does give the illusion that we're scapegoating those council members as though we have decided the process. And I think that's kind of a gap that we should address as well. So those as well, I would like to second, and then yes, that it should go to city staff. It is because my name's on there and I wasn't even notified, nor did I know anything about the process that could have helped this gentleman.
Certainly, and council members, that's obviously an oversight on our management of the program for the day-to-day. So it's unfortunate that a routine email caused such a disruption and discomfort for you all and for Mr. Bew. So my office and myself, as the ones that are taking care of this, certainly apologize, and that's why I responded to Mr. Bew last week, letting him know, we've said what we've said, but there are other opportunities for you to serve to try and encourage that continued engagement, even though it was determined he wasn't eligible for housing authority. So
I do appreciate all of city staff. I just want to know when we're going to be signing. We should be responsible and accountable too. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I personally don't believe that the city council nor should staff be on that letter as the denial if we do not control the eligibility. So I am in line with Councilwoman Chacon and Councilman Kim.
Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I think the Housing Authority is sort of a one-off. The Cultural Council and the Quality Community Foundation don't make a decision about who comes on their panels. The boards and commissions does. I was on boards and commissions for 3.5 years, I guess. What I did hear, though, from the city clerk is that when I determined Mr. Bew wasn't qualified, I'm not sure the Housing Authority actually saw his application either. So I think some of this needs to be taken care of internally rather than dragging this out further. But at this point, I would just say we need to vote on Councilmember Kim's motion.
Okay, there was a motion and a second by Councilmember Chacon.
Mayor, I think the city attorney is trying to get your attention.
Mayor, would you like me to reread the motion as I have it written down?
Yes.
A motion directing city staff to review and report back to city council how, 1, the city informs applicants that they were denied for board and commission positions, and 2, how it utilizes council members on auto-generated messages to applicants. I believe there was a friendly amendment also offered directing staff not to use the auto-generated letter. I would add, you could say, until after the staff reports back.
Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable to the motion maker and to the second?
Good with me, and somehow I see fireworks in the background for Councilwoman Chacon. So yes.
Okay. And Councilmember Dukes, you want to have discussion? Okay, thank you. All right. City Clerk, can you take a roll call vote when ready?
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes, please.
And Councilmember Teeter, how do you vote? Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. Okay, anybody else have any emergency unseen circumstances like to bring forward? Councilmember Dukes, did you have anything? No? Okay, appreciate that. All right. I have a couple here. One is Stout Street, went over, when we did the groundbreaking for the Wood Springs Hotel. A member from Stout Street Foundation approached me to ask if we'd like to sponsor the Art of Recovery reception. It's going to be at the El Jabal, Denver. It's a non-plus ultra event. And it's this Thursday, well, it's next month, September 12th from 5:30 to 8:30. And it's looking at the bronze, which is $1,250. Basically, there's 2 tickets, and then there's several different levels with that. I guess you can pick which one, but basically, I'm just asking for council support to support Stout Street Foundation in this Art of Recovery reception for Thursday, September 12th, from 5:30 to 8:30. That's my motion. Councilmember Dukes,
I'd like to second the motion, but I'm not able to attend the event, but I would like to second the motion.
appreciate that. Need discussion? Okay, so my motion is to support Stout Street Foundation. They're doing a Art of Recovery reception at the El Jabal Denver Non-Plus Ultra event being held on Thursday, September 12th from 5:30 to 8:30 for the amount of $1,250. City Clerk, when you're ready, you want to take a roll call?
Your vote is open.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that passes 8 yeses and 1 excused absence. And my last request is, we had a town hall meeting from the, north and the south, and we had good attendance, and we also had citizens that were concerned and needed help. And out of that, in the north, met with a senior couple that were looking at getting some sidewalk restoration and some tree roots removed. And I had talked to City Manager Rogers about this, and I just need council's direction to help with support to see if we can have these tree roots removed and the sidewalk replaced. So my motion would be sidewalk restoration, tree removal, assist one senior in addressing the needs for correct sidewalk installation and the removal of trees that are obstructing or damaging the property. Councilmember Teeter.
I'll second that, but I have some discussion.
Sure. All right, made a motion and been seconded by Councilmember Teeter. In discussion, Councilmember Teeter?
The city has required them to put those trees in there, but it's not just one residence, it's thousands.
It is, but this is a senior that came to our town hall and needs some help. So I asked staff to go out and look at it, and they did. But in order for them to proceed, they're asking if this was going to bring up during, we have our budget as well. But I'm just asking for direction from the council to help these seniors out with their, could be a pilot project, to help them assist with this issue.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to echo Councilmember Teeter's sentiments. I was at coffee with 3 seniors who live in Commerce City, and one of them was under the impression that the city would help with a sidewalk that has been raised because of tree roots. So it's the same problem, and it's a senior. And I told her that she could contact the city because I thought that the city had a program for seniors under CBDG or something like that. But Councilmember Teeter is right. There is definitely more than one senior. It would be difficult for me to say we should only do this for one senior tonight. I do think that maybe we should figure out, don't find this senior anymore. If the senior's being fined, don't find them until we have the city staff come back to us about how we can resolve this problem for the seniors in our community who aren't able to afford to have their sidewalks repaired, and trees have uprooted the sidewalks that were tree types that were allowed previously.
Right, and I'm going to bring that back during the budget meeting, so we can have that part of our budget for next year. This is just, wasn't asked for now because there was an attempt last year to rectify this, and there were some promises made, it didn't happen. And so we're looking at taking care of a problem that should have been taken care of the first time, but didn't.
Well, let me ask a question of Mr. Rogers. What does the city do for seniors when it comes to these kinds of issues?
So as it currently stands, right now, we only provide very basic services such as the Snow Angels, Snow Guardians. We are developing a program as part of our Bill 3 that will look at other potential property impacts, property improvements, very minor in nature for our senior and active adult community. So what I would say right now, in particular around this matter that you all have brought forward and the conversation I had with the mayor, if I may, one of the particular points in where we are limited broad brush is not just the responsibility for a active adult senior citizen, but any adjoining property owner to a tree line adjoining to that sidewalk, that is their responsibility to replace, improve, repair said sidewalk, and or whatever causing the issue that has now been levied on that sidewalk. The times in which we have from a programmatic approach as part of our concrete flatwork repair or asphalt repair has been in the core city because the sidewalk is connected to our curb pan, which is ultimately then connected to the roadway. So we try to make adjoining improvements to that roadway and to that sidewalk so that it's being repaired back to the specifications within our engineering construction standards so that it doesn't create an issue where we have in the wintertime, for an example, where water will freeze over top of that sidewalk and into the right-of-way. And we've had some of those issues where that has caused potential traffic concerns in our core city. So we try to address those programmatically when we have that situation. But in the main, we have currently an ordinance that states it is the adjoining property owner, regardless, responsibility of doing such. So I think to the Mayor Pro Tem's perspective, and I think what the mayor is wanting to accomplish is how do you create a process or a program for a set of our demographic, or even more so for the entire community, and what does that cost look like if you want to change that expectation? Right now, we're implementing on the expectation that's been set forth for us that's codified in our municipal code under section 620-1200. So.
And that was only changed in recent years.
That is, well, no, the responsibility for adjoining property owner has always been in place, ma'am. What has been changed in most recent years is a further clarification on who's responsible for it. It's never, I don't want to say it's never, but like I said, since 2013, it has been within the land development, not land development, the municipal code. The changes most recently talked about various weeds, responsibility for removal of snow, how to identify when the removal of snow, and further clarification as to the extended public property, which is your tree lawn and your sidewalk, and the responsibility there to make it abundantly clear who is responsible for that.
You're saying the city said that residents were always responsible for the sidewalk?
From the last ordinance that I could find in 2013, yes, ma'am. That is as far as I went back, was 2013.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think this is, of course, we all want to help our seniors, but we'll set a precedent to where, there has to be a way to shore up a program or something of that nature that would provide for assistance for those who do not have the means to make those kind of repairs. I think it should be more than just an age requirement. I think it should be based on your financial capabilities of being able to make that repair. Because I know some people who aren't seniors that would be in a situation where they couldn't afford to make the repair. I do think it's something that we as a council should look into to identify a program that can help maintain our infrastructure, because there's a part of it where, it makes us look bad. If there's a tree root that's upended some sidewalk in front of someone's house, the average resident believes that that's the city's property. It's the city's responsibility. If you're not part of this council or part of the in on what the government does and doesn't provide, a lot of people would think it's not my problem. So can we go around and fix every sidewalk situation? No, but can we come up with a program where we can assist? I know we have had a program in the past with dead tree removal, things of that nature. There has to be a way to come up with some rationale that is, if you meet this criteria, then there's a program out there to be able to help you. I know recently and in the past, there's been several seniors that have literally had trees fall down, blocking their driveways or extending out into the roadway. We as a city don't have or provide a service for that, but I will tell you, South Adams Fire Department has been very good about going out, cutting up those trees and giving people access back to their driveways or getting it out of the right of way. They carry chainsaws on their fire trucks, and if they're not on a call and they can go help somebody, I think it's community oriented, and I have to thank them for being able to provide that kind of service. If we sit here tonight and say, yeah, you know what, we're going to take care of this person's problem, I can guarantee you that we will take care of every problem from there on out. I would be supportive of asking the staff to look into a program to come back that meets, I believe, the intent of the discussion that the council is having tonight, to be able to take care of some of these issues that would be an extreme burden on certain residents within our community based on ability to pay for that type of service. And I would hate to restrict it by age, but I don't disagree with the mayor or my colleagues. It's really hard to just go, yeah, take care of this one instance, because you take care of one, then you're expected to take care of all. If we have a program in place that can help the people that need help, I would be supportive of that. That's all I got. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes?
So I had asked my team, as I had mentioned earlier, we were developing, I think, something that's along this lines with our Build C3 program. Obviously, that's the ARPA dollars. We believe that, or what we will have to confirm once our staff is back, that an RFP has been prepared and has gone out that would help find a vendor to support us in this activity. I think once I have that, and this is, once again, just for all of your consideration, once I have some more information on that, I can obviously come back and share that with you of where we stand on that. Because ultimately, given the dollar amounts associated, you all would have to make that selection of who that RFP would be selected by, just because. But we can then also get you some details as to the breadth of what that program and who that program would cover with those Bill C-3 dollars.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. One is, do we know the cost or projected cost for this specific situation for a resident?
Not for this specific resident, no, sir. I mean, back of napkin and Laris is probably going to kick me if he can, but you know, we've always estimated that the cost of a stone, and that's your individually kind of scored piece of concrete, is $500 a stone.
And then the tree removal will be in addition to that, and if there's any pipes, like if it's surrounding any pipes or any infrastructure, I probably have to think about that as well, correct?
Right, depending on if there's any irrigation within that tree lawn, that may have to be, that, you know, with the removal of those roots in that tree, depending on how old it is, right, you have to think about how you navigate that, if there's any repairs necessary as such, right? You've got the $500 in that potential stone, and whether or not it's just that potential stone or other stones in association with that.
Okay.
So I think it's really dependent on the visual inspection of, right, it could be as little as 500, could be as most as 2,000, depending on all of the work that's necessary.
Okay, and Dylan, you have to start my time. I don't want to take too much time, but so the other question is, how long will it take for the other program, the ARPA funds? What's the timeline for that to be developed?
So where we stand, if it's gone out to RFP and the vendor, and like I said, we had come before you all with a presentation. We did not go through the presentation with you all on that evening. You all were in support of us continuing to move forward with the various components within the Build C3. So with this one's being advanced, quite honestly, more faster than some of the other ones, because it's really reliant upon ourselves and a vendor to go do such. There's not having to establish partnerships with higher education or other sister agencies. So I would suspect if we are going out to RFP, we typically put our RFPs out for 30 days to make sure that we're getting a good collection of potential respondents. And then shortly after there, you know, conducting our initial review of that RFP solicitation to then bring a recommendation of who to contract with based on that RFP to you all. So could be within 2 to 3 months if the RFP is to hit the street. And that's unfortunately just the process in which we run to ensure that, right, we don't run afoul, or if anybody wants to file a claim, that we didn't look at them equitably and fairly within the process.
And so with that, does it align to our budget process? So we have our budget meeting or retreat. Could we have that discussion or a line item that discuss this program, or do we have to wait for the program to be built before we talk about the budget?
So
basically, can we get an estimate how much this will cost if it's at scale?
Yeah, the beauty of what it is that, right, we're not tapping into any line item or appropriation necessary with the budget, because we would be using the 10.5 ARPA dollars, and I think what that would allow for us to assess in year 1 and year 2 as what we have to expend until the end of 2026 is what would be a necessary cost that would ultimately come out of the budget going forward after that year.
And then my last question is for City Attorney. What's our legal risk if we approve this one and then choose to deny other ones based on different criteria? Do you know? Or what could potentially be the legal
It's a
issue?
good question. I don't have an answer off the top of my head, but I certainly can get that to you.
Okay. I love the idea. I want to be able to help our residents, and I know there's a lot of residents out there. It's hard to vote in favor of this right now because of the scale. I don't know the cost as well as the potential risk of what can take place, but we do need it across our city. I wouldn't want to put our city at a legal risk as well of approving one resident without others having an opportunity to even get funding for it. Because I do worry about the other piece about it is it could be, hey, we need to get reimbursement. So there might be some residents out there who spent money removing their trees based on advice, and then we approve, and they might come back and say, hey, we had to go this process, so do we reimburse us? So there's a number of questions I'll have before, and I would, I guess I'll recommend if we can postpone this specific motion until after we have some more of these facts and create a comprehensive approach. I would love that idea.
Can I make a recommendation, Mayor?
Sure.
I think, obviously, we've got 9/9 coming up. I have no issues with having my staff, bring this topic matter back to the 9/9 meeting with more information where we stand with that RFP, standing that program up, and then being able to see whether or not any additional cushion, as it may be, should be appropriate within the budget. We did this with the ERA money that came out of ARPA very early on. That was then supplemented by the city budget just because of how well utilized it was within our community during the early years. So I think we could have a fruitful conversation about that here in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, I appreciate that, because when we had our study session about, I think it was discussion of budget number 2, and it talked about like asphalt and concrete, flat work and all that, and I asked, because it showed 2024, 2025, and there was going to be some reduction in maybe adding some more to that amount, so we can keep that as going forward, because when it comes to these types of fixes, yes, I agree that there's a lot more, and I've talked to a lot of people, and always saying that this is something that was, the way it was done, need to be corrected, and that was the whole purpose of this motion. So I will hold off until September 9th, so we can have a more robust conversation about this and others. Thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I'll withdraw my motion also.
All right.
If that's a proper procedure, I don't know. And just for clarification, one of my neighbors just had a tree removed, just a 30-footer for $3,000. And, the stump is still in the ground. And I'm guessing that's going to be $1,500 to $2,000 to get rid of the stump. So it's not a cheap fix. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, it's just because this is administrative council business and it's along the same lines, I noticed, and it is our responsibility, there are several trees, because the growth season has passed, that are blocking signs. Because we have trees in the tree lawns, there are a lot of signs that are currently being blocked or impaired by low-hanging tree branches with leaves on them. I could tell you the tree right down here when you're leaving City Hall going out to 60th, the one that sits down past the firehouse or the fire department's headquarters right here, it's totally blocking the stop sign to be able to turn left to get to 60th out of our parking lot. River Run, Oakland Drive, and Peoria Street is another one that's blocking a stop sign. And I just worry, it's primarily the regulatory signs that I'm worried about, stop signs, speed limit signs, things of that nature. If we could just make Public Works aware to keep their eye open for trees that need trimmed around signs so that we can stay in compliance and not create a risk to our public.
Appreciate that comment. We're actually, something that Larius and I and Code Enforcement have been talking about. That's one of those other, if you don't know, I'm more than willing to share it with the community that's watching. That is actually another one of the adjacent property owners' responsibilities to help maintain when we have trees in front of signs. We've actually have come across maybe 5 or 7 of those in the most recent couple of weeks. Now, what we do, and what I'm understanding, is that we will go do a knock and talk and talk with that resident and say, hey, just by the way, your tree is blocking a stop sign. You have to figure out how to trim that so it's not blocking it. Now, in certain cases, if it's an imminent issue of life and safety, right, somebody blowing through a stop sign and we see that, we're going to go handle it. But then we're going to go have a conversation with the property owner just to make them aware, just so that there's a level of education. But it is something that is on our radar.
That totally surprises me that you say that that would be the tree owner's responsibility. The trees that I just identified, my guess is the fire department would be the responsible party for the tree down here on the way to 60th out of our parking lot, or the city, because it's access to City Hall. The tree in River Run would be HOA. And, you know, I was an employee of the Public Works Department for 10 years. I primarily operated in the traffic division, and it was the traffic department's role when you're out maintaining signs and changing out faded signs, whatever it may be. We always trimmed all those trees that were blocking our signs. I didn't realize that had become a responsibility of the residents to make sure that our signs are, and I guess where I'm going with this concern is because if I get into an accident and the tree's blocking the visibility of the stop sign, and I don't see a stop sign there because there's a tree blocking it, I get into a wreck. We're gonna hold the homeowner that owns the tree accountable, not the city, to make sure that our signs are visible? I'm a little concerned about that from a legal perspective. I never seen it be that situation. And it is concerning to me that we would put that kind of liability on residents when it comes to regulatory signs. And I would ask if the attorney could look into that as to what other municipalities are doing in that scenario, just so I have an idea for reference to how I want to attack this issue. Thank you.
All right. See no other administrative business. On reports. All right, City Manager Rogers, you have any reports to make?
Yes, Mayor, I'll go ahead and kick it off with what to anticipate for next Monday night. August 26th, there will be a special meeting. There will be three ordinances to award grants on first reading, and then we will have the Adams Tower lease on second reading. After that special meeting, there will be a study session, which is called, that will have 4 items. First item will be the ADCO Behavioral Health Assessment presentation for 30 minutes, public banking item, which is 45 minutes, followed by core city issues for an hour, and then followed up by the master transportation plan for 45 minutes. For out of economic development, our ED staff attended the ADCO Board of Commissioners meeting in support of Project Ray, which is an investment of over $100 million by a local employer. The city is supporting this project with performance-based incentives. Our ED team has also hired a senior economic vitality specialist. This person has experience in business consulting with small business development centers, the Colorado Minority Business Office, and United Way. Excitingly, this person has also led the expansion of a new business accelerator in Colorado. This individual will be working on small business support, entrepreneurship development, and economic development marketing. Out of Public Works, our city asphalt repair program and mill overlay continue to make progress with scope of work in our community, having addressed and continuing to do so in River Oaks and Eagle Creek respectfully. PRG is happy to announce that the city's active adult programs and also for senior citizens continues to grow. And our staff is looking forward to the grand opening of the additional location at the Bison Ridge Rec Center. The space at the Bison Ridge Rec Center has been open in a soft launch capacity up to this point over the summer. However, with this grand opening on September 4th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., this will be just the kickoff of added classes, drop-in activities, special events, and a socialization area for our active adults or senior citizens. Out of community relations, Commerce City and the Rapids are inviting our community members to a free back-to-school movie night bash the evening of Friday, August 23rd. Doors to DSGP open at 7 p.m., and the movie will be hosted on the main pitch of the stadium. The movie is Kung Fu Panda 4, showtime starting at 7:45 p.m., and there will be activities, a school drive supporting AD 14, and food for purchase. Out of PD, last and not least, the Quality Community Foundation, as well as Commerce City PD, will be holding the 4th annual Kurt Holland Memorial Golf Tournament this Friday, August 23rd. As in past years, there will be a side auction that helps raise funds for post-secondary education scholarships for Commerce City students, CCPD employees, and their dependents. Additionally, regarding the violence last weekend, by the end of the week, all 3 incidents were solved, and charges for everyone who could be held accountable in the event were not only filed with the DA, but accepted by the DA. In speaking with the chief, this is rather unprecedented in the field of law enforcement. And I have to thank the agency's tireless work on these matters and from the bottom of my heart. I couldn't be any prouder of the entire PD and the team that I've got down there, taking this matter to heart, taking this issue seriously, and trying to bring conclusion for those who have been impacted as best as they can at this time and period. So I have to give a shout out to PD for what they've been able to accomplish with where we stand with being able to get charges filed in all 3 aspects and having all of those held accountable in custody. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. City Attorney Zarzaki.
I will be brief in the continued effort to help council as your parliamentarian. Myself and my staff have reached out to Bob Widener, and he has offered availability to provide training on Bob's rules of parliamentary procedure if that is something that this council is interested in doing. He has a couple of options, but most importantly, his first available time would be Monday, October the 28th, which is a study session. His options are to do a 1.5-hour meeting to go over the major rules and take questions, or a 2-hour meeting to cover most of the rules and also afford additional time for questions. My recommendation would be if council's interested in doing that, we get that on the meeting agenda, and then also we could invite board and commission members that may be interested in sitting in and hearing. Alternatively, that would be recorded, right? So we could also distribute the recording of that, or the link to that recording to board and commission members. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any council members have any reports? Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you very much. Yes, congratulations to the chief and the police department. Thank you very much. Very, very impressive. I wanted to let you know that I met with Barbara McKinnon last week to see the historic property that we had considered a couple of years ago. If there are any developers who are interested in this property and you would be happy to preserve the house, there's plenty of room to build affordable housing around the outer edges of it. It's an acre and a half. I'm not sure that the city is in a position to buy the property at this time, but Barbara is definitely looking for a buyer. And it really is quite remarkable. It felt like I was visiting my grandparents, on top of the fact that it had a player piano too, which I am now the proud owner of from 1912. So it is a special place. I wish that there would be someone who could step forward and take care of it. And my final is regarding signs. I've had 2 residents approach me about whether they could put signs up to prevent people from breaking laws on the street. So in one case, it involves parking too close to the driveway. And in the other case, it's parking too close to a stop sign within 25 feet. So now there's a car sitting in front of their house when they, in fact, got a ticket for doing the same thing. They wondered about putting a sign up. So is there anything that prevents them from putting their own signs up? And is there the possibility that the city could put a sign up that reminds people that it's 25 feet from a stop sign or it's 5 feet from a driveway?
I'm going to take that as a legal question, which I can digest. I'm not going to be able to look at the sign code now, but I can get you an answer.
Okay, that would be good. I would presume that there may be some issues with an HOA also about where you can place signs and also the right-of-way. But since the violations are not being addressed, they wanted to know if there was something that they could do themselves that would make living on their street and in their home more comfortable. Thank you.
Councilmember Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to take the time to thank our police department with this last weekend, with the crime spree that we had, unprecedented. At any time during my lifetime in this city have we seen crime of this type or of this amount in a single weekend. And I have to think about the police officers themselves and how seriously they take these things, how that these kind of situations affect them on their off-duty times as well. So I want to thank all of our officers for the work that they do in our city and how they do it. And I want to thank them for how diligently they handled this weekend. And I also want to thank my colleagues up here on the city council for approving the flock system that has been already shown its ability to identify gunshots and where they're located, because it has led into us being able to apprehend one person in a murder investigation, and again today for a person who shot a firearm and was able to be apprehended. So thank you to my colleagues for supporting the flock system, and I would encourage that we would expand upon it based on the relevancy that is already proven in our community. That's all I have, Mayor.
And if I may, Mayor, I wasn't going to publicize this, but just talking with the chief, I have good confidence that I can. We did have another gunshot today in Valientis Park. Flock detected it, was able to get a squad car over there, and we were able to apprehend the individual who discharged the weapon as well as the weapon itself. So that has been a pivotal system in supporting our police department and continues to do so. And like I said, you will see more information about that next week as part of the Core City Issues presentation. But Flock has been a God save for our department.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. Just want to have a couple updates. One is that I was able to attend the Adams County Commissioners Town Hall along with Councilmember Kim and Councilmember Teeter, and just a great town hall. And I'm glad it was a lot of people from Commerce City. It was great, thankful to have them have this town hall in the city to address some of the issues and hear some of the concerns from the residents. The other thing I want to give an update to is just the thank you for their city staff for providing us this community well-being, this pamphlet. I was fortunate to see our community well-being team in action when I was over at Tasty Donuts, and it's just amazing, the patience, the calmness, the ability to really help residents that are really in need. And so I want to give a shout out to that team for showing and modeling care in a way that some may not have that level of patience. The last is just echoing around our police department. Thank you for the job you do across our city. This weekend was or a couple weekends ago was just it was an anomaly as we understand, but it created alarm across our city. I was in Grand Junction and people were talking about what's happening, not in a negative way, but it goes to this next point. I want to give congratulations and kudos to your PD or your social media department, and specifically Joanna Small. The way she's been able to communicate with facts as much as she can share and create a sense of calm and understanding what's really happening. It's critical because it eliminates the gossip and the stories. It fills a space that often, if you don't fill that space, you can get into a lot of hearsay and things of that nature. So just always impressed, even with the weekly updates and what happens with traffic stops. But this was a moment where it was just unheard of, but was able to communicate to the community that this is a safe community. And so I want to make sure I give her a shout out for that. With that, I am done with my update.
Councilmember Teeter.
I just wanted to echo, or I don't know what the right word is, on Mayor Pro Tem talking about the McMillan House. That is a special house, and I don't know of any older house than that is in that kind of condition. It's just a pretty nice old house, but I think it's a prime opportunity for the city to. We don't have a historical society to speak of. No place to put the stuff. What they have over at the old building at the Contours Estate is just way too small. And with this McMillan House, if the city would purchase it, you would have a house to show and a headquarters for an office area, and then for the Historical Society to operate right, I believe you'd have to tear down those outbuildings that are on the 1.6 acres and put up some big metal show buildings or something so that you could display a Historical Society items of some kind. But I haven't heard of any other plans for Commerce City having one. I've been to a few of those, and we need someplace with some acreage, a little bit of land, and we'd have to put up some buildings to store this stuff in besides the house. But anyway, it's something the city really should look at, because right now we really don't have much in the way of a historical society. And secondly, is there any way when we send that letter to the county telling them how to do business that you can at least let them know that I didn't vote for that? I don't want my name on it.
Councilmember Douglas.
Thank you. So I get to go to, first of all, I'd like to echo the sentiments for our police department and our chief and your leadership, and for the dedication that our officers have to protecting us. So thank you. But aside from that, I went to the Adams Tower 5th floor open house, and it is remarkable. I can't believe how beautiful it is, and what's going to be offered there. And we even had a chance for one of our citizens to obtain services from a senior navigator. And both Sarahs are fantastic, but rather than just giving this person a list of contacts that they could try to get services from, she actually made the phone call and made sure that it happened and followed through on it. And that just speaks highly of our employees who are really dedicated to their jobs and doing them right. So I wanted to give a shout out to Sarah specifically for doing her job well. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. Last week, I attended the Veterans Commission, and I think the city attorney's already going to address this at some point. But Veterans Commission, and I'm pretty sure this goes for other boards and commission as well. When you don't have enough people, you can't really have any actions move forward. So there's and I hope that, you know, within the, you know, at some point within the Policy and Governance Committee, we talk about, you know, absences and those that are not there. I don't know if it's, I know I've seen it not just on Veterans Commission, but I think I've seen it on the Derby Review Board, and there's probably a few others that are out there where there is not enough to make a quorum. And so without that quorum, we end up, you know, having to defer to the next meeting and the next meeting. So obviously the goals and that were set forth by I'll just use a general term, by the board or commission, it's really just, it doesn't happen. So I'm hoping that there's going to be some, at some point, I'd love to attend one of those one day, but if my work allows, to really address that and maybe to look into that a little bit deeper, so that, you know, after a certain number of missed attendances, that you just automatically fall off. I don't know what the impacts are, what the implications are, whatever the case may be, but I know that is stuff that has to be looked into deeper. The other thing too, just kind of moving forward, and I think what Councilmember Duke said, I did attend the Adams County Town Hall as a resident only, not as a council member. But kind of moving forward, tomorrow I'm meeting with Mr. Daniel Frank again. And then there is a Adams 14 study session they're having on the 22nd that I will be attending. Kind of fast forward as well, on the September 18th will be the Adams 14 District Accountability Committee meeting that is going to occur. Those are just kind of some of the few things that are coming up moving forward. And I echo what other council members have said about Commerce City, our police department. But by God, that flock camera system is something else. And I really appreciate that, and how much we have into that system, and how well it has actually worked, how effective it has been. Because, you know, you won't have residents that are going to call in regarding issues. But not just PD, right? I mean, I know we give kudos to PD, but what about all the other departments too? I just gotta say, I mean, truly, from our finance to public works to our IT to even Jim Tolbert, who's here today, to our city manager's office, to, you know, our economic development team, to our innovation team, just all these random teams that we have, right? As far as what you guys are doing, what you guys are attempting to do, trying to make the city better and move forward in a positive manner. I appreciate that. But back to that flock system, you know, honestly, it's just, I really appreciate that. Now, if only we can get, you know, Adams 14 to agree with having SROs back in the schools, but that's just my own opinion. That's all I got. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Nope, you have one more?
There was a question about whether Adams County Commissioners were going to be doing anything regarding the DuPont, Magellan, and CDPHE, and I just wanted to let you know that I had texted one of the commissioners, and they have indeed asked their staff to draft a letter. So, just so you know.
All right, so we have a very active council here, so we need to extend the meeting by 45 minutes. So I'm asking the council to extend the meeting for 45 minutes. If we don't need it, we don't need it, but I'm asking. So our motion is to extend the meeting by 45 minutes. Councilmember Dukes.
So moved.
Okay, any discussion? Councilmember Douglas?
I thought you needed a second. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right. See no discussion? All those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry. we
I
gotta
need to
take a roll
capture
call
this,
vote,
Mayor.
sorry.
No, you're okay. Your vote is open.
So this is for 2 hours, right?
No,
Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
for midnight.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate everybody's reports, and I do appreciate the police department being steadfast and doing the hard work over protecting our citizens. And flock cameras, I would like to see those at North as well, because I hear gunfire up there too. People do stupid things all over. So at least this proves that there is action that occurred. And I appreciate due diligence and fast action by the police department. So, and I also had several discussions with citizens last week. And I appreciate city manager's office working with some citizens that were issue citations for certain things. And that he's working through that with his staff. That is very, very hopeful. I also, as on my own accord, testified at the CDH-PDE on the Magellan plant. Let's see. Oh, these things written down. I don't know where the heck I put them. But, and also had a meeting with Barbara McMillan as well, and I explained to her, and she was in a situation where she was asked to, she was called up and asked to buy the property to help out. And the city did, that was presented to the city to purchase that property, and it wasn't accepted. So the city had moved on from there, and I told Barbara McMillan that I would as well, we do have developers and people who would love to maybe purchase that property and keep it in its current state. So I'm pursuing that as well on my own to help her sister in that, since that was already presented here to the council. So, Councilmember Douglas, you have something else?
Yes, I'm so sorry. I also testified about the Magellan expansion with the CDPHE, but I did it on my own accord and made that apparent. But I also want to take just a second to acknowledge and thank Mayor Pro Tem Noble for pushing for the position of senior navigator. It has been so helpful to have somebody in that position, and they have been so beneficial and effective. And I know you asked for that for a long time, and you were relentless in doing it. And now I see why you did it, because it's quite necessary. We have so many seniors in this city that we need to take care of. And so I had thought about that, and I wanted to take the opportunity to thank you.
And then I just want to mention too, on the E470 board meeting we had, they gave, I asked for detail of the on and off ramp for 88th Avenue. And so, because right now they're widening E470, and there's be great opportunity to at least prep that for the on and off ramp. And so, right now, that's not part of their plan, but they are doing necessary steps. So when that does happen, it'd be less cost involved. So just want to pass that along. All right, with that, let's recess to the NIG meeting, NIGID meeting. And I'll call the NIGI meeting to order and ask the secretary to call the roll.
Chair Douglas,
Present.
Vice Chair Noble,
Present.
Board Member Madera, Board Member Teeter,
Present.
Board Member Chacon, Board Member Kim,
Present.
Board Member Dukes,
Present.
Board Member Ford,
Present.
Board Member Douglas.
Present.
Chair Douglas, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I need a motion and second to excuse members not present. Councilmember Dukes,
So moved.
need a second.
What do we,
So I'm not getting a second here on the excusing of the member.
Then the motion fails due to lack of second, Mayor.
Councilmember Teeter.
second the motion.
All right. Motion on the floor is to excuse members not present. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. Okay, that passes. Councilmember Chacon?
Nay.
Nay? Okay. So it passes,
Would you like
take
to
a
take
roll call vote.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your vote is open. And Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Nay.
Four to four, one unexcused, so that motion fails. All right. Okay, approval of minutes. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Councilmember Kim,
So moved.
need a second? Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
They have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes. 8
Fine with
with
it.
1. You move, sorry about that, with one excuse absence, or no, that didn't pass. All right, on the public hearings, NIGID 23-001, including Anderson Ranch into the NIGID. I need a motion and a second to continue this meeting to October 21st, 2024. Councilmember Ford.
So move.
Councilmember Shakim. Councilmember Kim.
Who's Shakim?
I don't know.
So moved.
I see the C.
Second.
All right, appreciate that. Motion on the floor is to continue the hearing October 21st, 2024. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion passes 8 with not accepting the excuse. Okay, now we'll adjourn to the city council meeting. The time now is 10:01. Seeing no further business, the NIGID meeting is adjourned. Reconvene the city council meeting. I need a motion second to extend. Oh, I already did that already. All right. Executive session. Tonight we have 2 executive sessions. We'll ask for a motion and a vote for each session separately. And they were switched. So the first motion is I need a motion and a second to enter into executive session. The city council conversation pursuant to CRS 24-6402, parentheses 4 and B and E, for the purpose of determining position related to the Buffalo Run Clubhouse, which may be subject to negotiation, striking negotiation, receiving legal advice regarding the same. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Teeter.
Second.
All right, no discussion. Okay, the motion on the floor is to enter into executive session of the City Council of Commerce City pursuant CRS 24-6-402, purposes 4 and B and E, for the purpose of determining position related to Buffalo Run Clubhouse, which may be subject to negotiation, instructing negotiators, receiving legal advice regarding the same. I will ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that passes 8 with 1 excuse absence. Okay, the second one is in the motion, the second to enter executive session of City Council pursuant to CRS Section 246-402, parentheses 4F and I, for the purpose of discussing personal matters, specifically for the discussion of the performance expectation of the city manager. Councilmember Dukes.
So moved.
Councilmember Kim.
Second.
Councilmember Ford, you want discussion? Okay. I have Dukes, motion, and Councilmember Kim, second. All right, any discussion? The motion on the floor is to enter executive session. City Council pursuant to CRS Section 24-6-402, 4 and F and I, for the purpose of discussing personal matters, specifically for the discussion of performance expectation of the city manager, and will ask the city clerk to take a roll call vote.
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence. All right, before entering into executive session, need a motion and a second to automatically adjourn the meeting immediately following executive session. Okay. Councilmember Ford. Councilmember Dukes.
Second.
All right. Will the city clerk take a roll call vote, please?
Your vote is open. Councilmember Chacon, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that passes 8 with 1 excused absence, and we will now enter an executive session, and council will not be returning to the meeting, and meeting broadcast and recording will be ended.
Do you need